everyone. Thank you all so much for joining us on this wonderful Thursday evening, the last day of January, and potentially the last day any of our characters will be alive. But before we get into that, let's see here. We are so happy to have you all joining us for another game of Song of Rapture. And Miss Yor Uman, what are we getting into today?
Looks like we ended off with our party venturing off towards the wilderness, but not after finishing something of an interesting confrontation in the middle of this village of Pelkoa. But that's not quite my story to tell. Who would like to give me a recap of what happened last episode of Song of Rapture?
Me.
Sure.
Yes. So we join our heroes of the Valiant Seven inside the Great Hall in the middle of Pelkoa, the only village on Stroma, the island that had the Grey Bite originate from it, which is now spreading into Mobia. We were in the middle of a battle with what looked to be an almost consumed soul of the leader of Pelkoa. It looked like the fear of what would happen to his people had taken over him, and instead of just them resting in peace, it turned him into some sort of spiritual monstrosity that we had to defeat together. Thankfully, with our combined efforts, Javen being able to practically paralyze this, what was it? It was like shadow and mist and ghostly form, and Persephone holding a moonbeam on it, everybody collectively beating the ever-living shit out of this thing. We were able to defeat it swiftly and acquire the materials we came for. Gregory sifted through boxes for food and blankets and other things that we needed for survival in this new wintry wonderland, though not so wondrous. Luna found a chest with a couple of items that we could find useful, like these boots that Persephone now wears that is supposed to keep her footprints a little quieter. She's hoping it's going to help with sneaking about in, this zombie-infested island where these creatures are attracted by sound. They also had found some nice robes, presumably belonging to the leader, and inside that robe was a little marble of sorts, a marble of moonstone, I believe. Yes, marble of moonstone, which is a rare sight in Stroma, and outside of Illyria, actually, an item that can give magical properties to seemingly normal objects. Persephone pocket that as well, because now she's decided she's going to be extremely greedy. But before we had left the Great Hall, Persephone had found a book that had tracked the investigation of little Yari, who disappeared in the mountains before the Grey Bite had started. It had the trail leading straight to the cave that Yari disappeared in, along with some notes stating that it was small enough for the children to play and that the adults probably didn't know anything about it. We had later found out, well, not we, but Gregory later found out from Peleus that Yari wasn't just your regular little girl running off into the mountains. She was actually the chief's daughter, destined to one day lead the people, and usually having fights with her father is when she ran off into the mountains. Whatever it is that she discovered that started the Grey Bite and caused her to disappear is still currently unknown. We all thought we were going to have to settle in the Great Hall as nightfall was starting to descend upon us, but Peleus found us safe and alive, much to his surprise. So we followed him back to his home, where we rested for the entire night with the horrible, horrible sounds of the dead and the monsters and the zombies screaming and tearing apart what was left of his neighbors. When we woke up the next morning, there was literally nothing left. No neighbors, no bait. So the Valiant Seven knows that it's only a matter of time before what's left on Stroma is going to seek the actual living, Peleus being one of them. We decided to set course to the mountains now that we have a path, and not really a plan, but more like optimism. We have a better idea of what we're going into. We have our sprigs of moly, and we've got spells and a dog and our determination to stop this thing, because if we don't, it's not going to be too good for all of Hearth. But we didn't want to leave Peleus behind, so we offered him a spot on our boat. We told him to go seek our boat to the east and seek refuge there. until we defeat the Greybite and we come back. And so now we join the Valiant Seven, following a trail up the riverside and into the mountains to discover the source and be able to put an end to this Greybite curse.
Very well done, Persephone. Give yourself some DM inspiration. As indeed, we find the Valiant Seven now heading away to the edge of the village of Pelcoa, slowly but surely making their way to where it looks like the river would begin to lead into the mountains, and beyond them, through this thick fog, you find those snowy peaks waiting for you. But they're not waiting in welcome, they're waiting in this drab, dank, and just ever-present cold wind that just blows these soft flurries mixed in the mist around you, biting into your skin. Our heroes depart from the village, making their way along what looks to be something of a cliffside that steeps down from this hill where Pelcoa rests. And the closer you get, it begins to... It's almost a beautiful sight with this great height, this elevation you have in Pelcoa. Looking down to see this valley, just a very faint image of it through the fog. You can see it looks like it begins as a river that ran through part of the town, but... I mean, even from here you can tell it glistens still, with a thick layer of ice on top of it. As most of you guys who are getting your stuff together and leaving, looks like Peleus, who at this point has seemed to go back to his hut, maybe gathering his things. You don't see him again until basically just as you're leaving the village, as it seems like he's taking everything with him. As you guys effectively go back to looking at the map and sort of routing your course, remembering what Persephone followed from this, what did they find? From the hunter's map. As I take you over... Where are you at? Over here.
This is a new day, right?
Yes,
Yep,
it
new
is
day.
Sunday, June 9th, the year is 12:59.
Yep, it is a morning on a cold... Nah, there you go.
Oh, it's my birthday!
Ugh.
No, I'm kidding. It's not my birthday.
As first glancing at this relatively old map, but still detailed despite its age, seems like you guys would spend maybe not too much time heading down into the mountains along the river before suddenly this path seems to zigzag up into the mountains themselves, actually going through them until you reach another point, maybe on the other side of these peaks. And again, scattered throughout this map, you could see sort of notes written on the sides, some of them mentioning, well, maybe a steep drop here, watching your step, the ground gets muddy close to the river, to be careful not to get stuck. Mentioning, eventually, talking about this small path that, well, has been brought up every so often in regards to this missing girl, Yari. It mentions that there's something of a path that's taken by these children that, well, and it's kind of implied that the adults can't fit. That it's something that only probably someone the size of a child could maneuver. But there's sort of this insistence about it that leads you that maybe they somehow followed it. How they did so, hard to say. But nevertheless, you trek on. It only takes about...
Oh.
What was that, Gregory? No?
I'm just saying, it doesn't seem like it's all that far. We probably make it there in an hour as long as other than that.
Well, hopefully nothing does happen. I figure we go about as far as we can until we hit the point where we're all too big, and then maybe see if there was another way in that the adults found their way into. Because why else would they have more of a path other than just leading up to an entrance?
Yeah.
I mean,
They
some-
mentioned like an actual cave, so either they got in or they got at a good point where they could see, I guess is the best word for it.
It could have just always been a bit of a goat path.
Makes sense.
I guess I mean, the whole legend is, right, that the elves that live here came up here to do some experimenting or something. I mean, I guess Clyde could be right. It could just be a story. But still, it's with all this happening, it doesn't seem like just a story.
I wouldn't think so. I mean, magic being more accessible is a pretty new thing, but not really to elves. And
No, they've always been tricky.
Persephone pauses and then continues. But elves have always had this ability to use and tamper with magic, and Peleus did say that they were probably up in the mountains looking for a way to fight off dragons during war against dragons and giants many, many thousands of years ago.
Yeah, I mean, we already did this. We won't know until we get there, so.
Exactly.
Is everybody warm enough? It's gonna be a trek.
Oh, it'll be fine.
Everyone still has their sprig of moly, right? Yours hasn't died, right?
I don't think so. Reach my pocket, pull it out.
Yep, as some of you are like pulling on your bodies, picking up these things, and sort of like just maneuvering them, feeling how they feel. Like those of you who've been wearing them on the outside, Persephone especially, Samantha, this thing wrapped around your neck, Luna, I guess, sort of sprung behind your ear and your hair. First thing you feel is a soft crackle as you touch it, even just by putting your fingers upon it. You look back and you can see these tiny little shards almost, these dead leaves now cracked and broken, almost frozen in your hand. And the somewhat flexible sprig, just by maneuvering ever so slightly, begins to let off little crackling sounds as if brittle. It becomes a bit apparent that those of you who have had these things out and exposed in the cold have sort of warned them and not taken time to really tend to these sensitive plants.
Mine's been shoved in my pocket. How does it look?
It looks alright. It looks like it's been sort of just mangled. Like it wasn't properly worn or taken care of. It looks like since it's been shoved in against your pocket, against your body, it looks like it's not quite as faded, but, I mean, it's still not in a good way.
I mean, mine looks alright, I guess, as best as a twig can look.
I tried to use my druid craft to revitalize some semblance of life into its leaves.
Yeah. You channel a bit of simple magic, enough to basically pull out the life in this thing and sort of help it along the way. You can take a seed and germinate it into a blossom, allow it to bloom into a flower with enough of a hand in the process. But as you do this, you can see some of these leaves begin to grow in size and express themselves, but then they just as quickly begin to curl and turn, as feels like you're pulling out a small fragment of an already diminished life. You think these things are probably not going to last much longer.
Well, whatever we're gonna do today, let's hope that it only takes a day. Because I don't think some of our moly is gonna last very long otherwise.
Well, let's just go kill the thing.
Yes, Clyde, but we need to find the thing.
We still got that sort of
I'll find
last-ditch
it.
effort, Brad. If we find a spot, we try to plant them seeds you got, and
Yeah, I still have the seeds.
pop them up. Well, at least we got that in our pocket. I don't think the doctor knew what we were walking into, but I guess we can only.
We'll be alright. We, took down the leader, I guess.
Well, the leader of the village, but I wouldn't necessarily call him
No.
an enemy that's a part of this whole thing.
I mean, usually the big bad monster is up in some kind of cave in the mountains.
I mean, I don't
At least that's what
Yeah,
the
sure.
stories
think
say.
Raybite did that to that fellow. That seemed like some.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the doctor did say that the older they get, the stronger they get, so do they get to start using magic and things if they've been dead long enough? I don't know. I just had the feeling that wasn't Greybite. That was just darkness of that place.
Oh yeah, what happened to the village chief? It wasn't Greybite related. It was more like
Evil.
what was happening. No, it was like what was happening to the people of Pelcoa and him needing to protect what remained. The people of Pelcoa are spiritual. As such, maybe he did some sort of ritual that ended up turning him into that.
That's not the normal ritual, though, Persephone. That's some kind of, like, you don't turn into bones by, like, doing a good ritual.
Well,
My understanding was that any place that's fallen into darkness so bad can become desecrated almost all on its own. If cemetery left to rot, there's always stories of the dead sort of staying that way. It certainly didn't seem like a pleasant way for all that to end. That and what Samantha said with the whole drawing a demon things. Don't exactly smell very good.
sometimes people do rituals with good intention without fully understanding what they're doing. That's how bad things can happen. Like when I accidentally blew the sand everywhere. I knew I was going to make the wind move and hopefully get rid of the fog. I didn't consider that I was going to throw the sand everywhere.
First, this might seem like an asshole question, but do the elves deal with demons and things? I don't really know much about them.
That's a good question, God.
Persephone, roll me a religion check.
Ugh.
Womp womp womp.
I mean, you always hear stories of people making deals and things, and if they were fighting dragons,
In your experience, Persephone, in your fleeting memories of history, and one of them being the devout religion of the elves, most of them follow the principle of the Silent Mother, Ioun, a goddess who teaches her followers that knowledge must be earned, answers cannot simply be given. You remember long, long ago, there was a period, what one would call of sin, in which, shortly after the divine word was spoken by Ioun, when the creatures of Hearth first learned and looked to the sky and realized that there were things beyond, entities that looked down on them and cared for them, that the elves were somewhat spoiled in their original creation. They had a mother who could give them the answers to everything, and it is why she soon fell silent. But those relatively spoiled elves, those who were used, designed, and demanding of answers, when the Silent Mother fell quiet, when she no longer spoke the truth to her followers, some of them were known to dabble, to reach out to other places for their answers. Something considered highly blasphemous in the tutelage of Ioun. Demons and other things of the like have been sort of these periodical stories throughout the religious history of elves. Some people have turned to dark forces in order to seek the answers they want, and in doing so usually cause some sort of damnation. You do recall one incredibly vague, not really talked about, but always mentioned story about a sisterhood of elves that no longer exist. Those who fell in the webs of some grand scheme, some terrible lie that drove them from the light and into the shadows and soon into non-existence. So it is not too out of the question that maybe elves from quite long ago may deal and dabble in such things.
I wouldn't say it's necessarily something that elves There have been stories of elves that dabbled in darker magic, and I wish I could say it was for good intentions and that it was an accident, but it really wasn't. See, Gregory, when you go to church, do you hear stories of people who've heard the voice of Avandra? That Avandra speaks to some?
Yeah, and that's sort of why I asked, because there's stories of people,
Well,
fall into darker things also. I just didn't know if that was something else did.
well, it was because they were trying to speak with Ayun, and Ayun is, well, these days Ayun isn't really known as a talkative type. She's more silent and reserved, knowledge needing to be protected. So there are stories of elves who have turned to darker magic as an attempt to reach her and hear of her. But that didn't necessarily work quite as intended.
You freaking think?
Yeah,
Look
so,
around.
From what all we've seen, it's become pretty clear that might be a real possibility. There's something waiting up in these mountains that ain't exactly from our world. It's
Mm-hmm. If I had a guess, this is another one of those, probably a ritual in hopes to accomplish a goal, like keeping dragons from swooping down and killing everyone. And maybe it worked at the time, but maybe Yari found something that unleashed that darkness on the rest of us.
Oh, you mean she went around and mucked it up?
Thinking about elves and bad influences, and what I know about their bad influences, do their bad influences normally have a lot to do with undeath? Thinking of anyone?
Not particularly. It's definitely a common. You do have one strong association with this whole concept they're talking about, and undeath has been a part of it. Not particularly a strong component of it. There's lots of different factors. This is kind of new. This is. I would say of anyone, you would have something of first-hand knowledge and understanding of these kind of things, Samantha. And even in these strange dealings where if something did reach out and took something, and maybe took a little too much information, maybe something went wrong in a deal, and catastrophe happened, there's some sort of control. There's some sort of punishment. The punishment is served. The damage is done. This is just a mess. If this is what they're talking about, this does not look like punishment, not even fun. It's just a mess. This world is freezing, these things are eating everything and spreading uncontrollably. This is...
No, there's no order to this, which aligns with everything else that I've been seeing, where the symbols come from and the chaotic language that these things have been growling at each other, the ones that do talk. Alright, so I know that the elvish influences have little to do with that direction of bad stuff. Gotcha. Mistakes are often made, but this does not seem to be in the same realm as what I have heard of before. Oh, this is much too wanton. There's no rhyme or reason to it. There's just this infernal frigidness, and these things consuming everything with no purpose, no guidance.
I mean, ain't that just what demons do? They just torment people, right? They kill people just for the hell of it.
Do whatever fancies them, which usually is just killing things, yes. But normally, when those who think themselves too smart for their own good reach into the veil of magic and try to pull out knowledge, usually they reach for something that wants to strike a deal with them. And usually those deals have guidelines, rules, something to maintain order. This is, most it seems, without purpose.
I mean,
I
I
would not be surprised if this was simply a tragic accident.
this is just throwing something out there. Elves, long ago, fighting dragons, they go up in the mountains, try to get power, right? So they do what people looking for power do. They trying to find something stronger than them to help them out, and they get a demon or something, and I don't know, maybe trap it and make it help them, and then they gone. Time passes, maybe the demon's still there, and then little girl comes wandering along years and years later, sneaking into a place that nobody else can get to, maybe stumbling on something she wasn't supposed to, and then he's loose.
I mean, that makes sense.
It don't change much, it just, I don't know, I'm just trying to have something that makes sense, and if we are going up against something from the abyss, then at least we know. At least we ain't gonna fight a dragon.
It's a demon instead.
Yeah.
But how do you kill a demon?
You purge it out.
Persephone points at Gregory. Holy magic, maybe?
Oh.
Yeah,
so we
demon.
distract it, and Gregory kills it.
I'll do my best. Faith is a powerful weapon against things that seek to test it.
Maybe if we're lucky, it's not actually going to be a thing we need to fight. It could just be an artifact that I can use a spell to basically turn this off. If it were that easy.
If we lucky enough to
Stephanie,
walk
look
up
around
there
you.
and find a door that we just need to close to get the cold to stop coming out, I'd be perfectly happy with.
I'm pretty sure, like, all the stories I was told, it's never that easy.
No, you wouldn't.
Gregory would, Claire would not.
Look, somebody left the winter door open.
Yeah.
Let me just...
Fucking
Oh, I left the fridge open. There we go. Alright, we're good. Let's go home.
Dang demon.
Someone touched the thermostat!
Oof. Damn it, Yari. Messing with the thermostat.
You
Broke the whole island.
Down! I mean, it would make sense. I mean, the chief's one daughter goes and messes with the thermostat and fucking world explodes.
Are we having any issues climbing this mountain, or is it relatively straight?
Have we done it?
So the beginning of your trek is basically walking along the river, following this mountainside, while you're looking for this place where you finally dip to the side and head up into the cliffs. But it's not too long into your travel, maybe like 10 minutes or so, that something sort of comes up. You're walking along this relatively icy, snowy path along the mountains, where you're sort of beset by some rocks. The snow beneath your feet would sort of slow you down, but fortunately with Clyde leading the way, able to find the perfect places to step and not offer any terrain of difficult nature to you, you're able to basically wander along this frozen river until a point. When the mountains become somewhat steeper, where it looks like snow would have banked on them for quite some time, they look almost bare through the fog. As before you see these paths you're walking on alongside the river are just banked and piled and hilled with snow, frost, and looks like other debris. Maybe some sort of avalanche happened here, and you can see maybe branches, thick trunks of trees, and even rocks among them. You're not going to find much travel through these unless you're going to spend time digging and tearing and pulling away at this. It's hard to say how long it goes on, maybe for half a mile. The only real place you can find a way to walk unless you want to crawl over these hills is the frozen river that stretches on before you in between these mountains.
Hell, that ain't gonna be easy to deal with.
Yeah.
How deep is the valley?
You guys are at the base of this valley. As far as like how it reaches up to the walls, well, up to like these mounds of snow, hill, debris, it's about like 20 feet or so. Beyond that, it becomes these steep rises of sharp earthen spikes that reach up into this mountain. You don't really see any place for a path to lead off to the side yet. It's more that you were no real way to get up on them. It looks like basically everything is narrowed down to like maybe a 20-foot dip to this river, and then beyond that, it's just like a steep rise up to mountains. If that answers your question.
It's about 20 feet to get down to the icy river.
Yeah.
We're supposed to be those red dots.
Yeah, we're the red dots.
And so there's a bunch of snow in front of us.
There's an avalanche that's coming off the mountain that's covered up the path, and there's a stream at the bottom. I'm guessing the other side, the mountain comes like right up against the stream.
More or less. It almost overhangs it in a way, but again, it's this very steep edge where you could possibly climb it. You think Clyde would probably be able to do it. The rest of you, though, unless you've got some really good climbing gear, it'd be sort of a challenge to try and walk along there without slipping and falling onto the ice.
I mean, I vote not going in the river. We
Do we have
freeze to death in a second.
Well, do we... The river is iced over. We could walk along it like when we got to Stroma's shore. But if you don't want to do that, I don't have anything that would effectively clear this, I don't think. Start digging through my bag. As
Did I prepare something for this?
No, that's true enough. If the water out on the sea held up, I guess I should be strong enough, right?
Walk over from where we're kind of trying to follow the river and just walk over to the river itself. Just conjure up a green bow and shoot an eldritch blast into the river, trying to break through the ice on top.
Sure. You just conjure some magic and just blast this energy on top of the surface. It lets out this loud sound because you're crashing into what sounds to be solid ice, but it does eventually crack beneath the force. It's not floating apart and breaking into pieces, but it's definitely been horribly cracked where you smashed it with your magic.
Persephone staring at Samantha with wide eyes. It's like, why did you do that?
Nope, it's like, it just looks like this. It's pretty evident to tell now that this thing's pretty thick, maybe about like 3 feet at the very least, but it has been terribly cracked, and you can see all the way down that if you stood on the spot you just broke, you'd fall right in. But then pieces aren't floating apart. The ice hasn't been so much disrupted that it's just been fissured and cracked all through.
But it doesn't look like there's any water flowing underneath it or anything like that. It just looks like it's frozen.
About 3 feet deep, yeah. 3 feet of solid ice.
The 3 feet of solid ice, there's underneath it.
Mm-hmm.
Too thick to do effectively. I was thinking about potentially freeing up the river and trying to just push this nonsense into it, let the flow of water take this stuff away from us, but this is too thick to get through effectively.
Yeah, but is it tough enough to hold a weight?
Well, I mean,
to be about 2-3 feet thick.
Yeah, maybe walk a little farther away from where you just blasted it. You can probably support your weight.
I mean, I'll give it a shot. You mind holding my pack?
She just gestures to the side of her, because as you look at her, you realize there's no way she could carry all of that, plus what she's carrying, plus the battering ram.
But if I carry your stuff, who's gonna carry the baby? You're holding the battering ram.
Oh my god.
The baby. I got you, Greg. I ain't carrying much anyways.
Look, JB, you just hold on to it just a second. I just want... If I fall in, I just don't want everything to get wet.
There's a brewmaster keg full of booze.
I'll just hand my pack off to Javen and then slowly inch my way onto the ice as I test my steps. Big heavy.
Yep, you take the first step, and you're maybe anticipating the worst, maybe you're hoping the best, and yeah, it actually feels pretty solid. Fortunately, you're far enough away from where Samantha struck it with magic that there's any splashing of water or any weird discharge or residue from the ice, and it actually feels pretty solid. It almost sticks to the bottom of your boot through this layer of snow and frost.
It's me and my pack. I think I'm like 300 pounds, or maybe my armor like 300 pounds.
Yep.
I'm good.
Come on, matey. Just start hiking up, claws and all.
The river, none of this avalanche is actually just blocking the river too.
You see patches of snow where things have you see like even bits of rubble and rock have like sort of resting on these piles of snow along it, but it doesn't seem like anything has fallen and broken through. It seems like where this dip has come down, the snow and all this debris sort of came to an edge. Some of it may be spilling over just the side, but the river seems relatively untouched.
I don't know if I was there for that. Fuck. Oh well, whatever. I guess I'll just take the lead then. If anything's gonna break, it'll be me. So y'all know.
I'll bring up the rear to not make you too heavy. And if you go down, I won't go down.
Appreciate that. I'm gonna tie a rope to myself. I'll just tie a rope around my waist. Clyde, you mind just holding on to it in case I fall in? At least you got something to hold.
Gregory, I'm not that fucking strong. If you fall in, you're just gonna drag me right in there.
I mean, the rest of you can help haul me out. I just,
How far do you need to walk?
That's even more reason why I could be in
Peek
the...
around just trying to look up the river to see where he can walk, how far he has to walk up to get back to the shore.
Maybe, what do you mean? As in, if he goes down the river, how far before this avalanche stuff fades away and there's no more of that? Or what?
Before he can get back on solid ground rather than ice.
Kind of hard to tell. It looks like it might go on for maybe half a mile, but every so often these patches of fog get into your eyes, and it's far distances are somewhat hard to tell unless you're looking up to the sky at this point.
Oh, okay. Yeah, if it looks
Might
like
be
it
some...
goes on a couple 100 feet, then that's futile. I don't think your rope is going to help. Oh, Jesus. Too much. I was thinking about potentially tying you to a tree, but I think we're going to need to go quite a ways up here. If anything, we should tie the ropes to each other.
yeah, that's all I'm saying. I'll just walk out like 15 feet ahead of everybody, and if I fall in, at least you'll have a rope to grab onto me. That's all I was saying.
As I just start taking out some of my rope as well, and then I'll also take out. It looks like this is gonna go on for half a mile, 3 feet thick. 6 people on the ice. It'll be fine.
Look, if nobody wants to hold on to the rope, alright, I'm off.
Gotcha.
Here we go.
I gotcha.
Thank you, Dave. Somebody fucking help me out if I fall in the damn river.
You fall in the river, just swim.
Ourselves together.
Yeah, we can do that.
Because, you don't have half a mile of rope.
And the whole idea was just, I was going to walk out 15 feet ahead of everybody, because I'm the heaviest, so if the ice breaks for me, y'all know it don't safe no more. If I pass, we good.
Okay, I see what you mean.
Oh, alright, we'll start walking.
Here we go.
Alright, as
Somewhat tentatively walking down the road.
as you finally take some precautions, some of you tying ropes, some of you just testing your weight on this thing, looking for any weak points, you guys move away from this side path that seems to have been blocked off by this natural disaster and make your way along a solid frozen river. Walking between the paths between these two mountains, they seem to almost get narrower at certain points, and even beyond where this avalanche falls, you can see where it just looks like the ground has become this, or the sides where you should have been walking have become these steep rubbles covered in frost and snow. It's hard to tell if it was from some sort of great avalanche, something that would have maybe shaken the earth and knocked these things loose. But they just seem to continue on and on. But fortunately, what was once a disfortune to your ship is now sort of a convenient path for you, as you're able to walk along this river. Every so often, some of you with a bit more grace to your step, like Javen would notice, as I'm assuming you're walking with booted feet across the ice. You may notice every so often you're stepping near a point where you see like a large mound, like a rock or some piece of a tree sticking out, standing above the ice itself as if it were submerged underwater. And the moment your foot falls near them, you can hear this very audible cracking sound as you pull your foot away. This thing's pretty solid and thick, but the closer you get to some of these protruding objects, the weaker it becomes. What pace are y'all moving at?
I just assume it's difficult terrain, so pretty slow.
Yeah, I was gonna...
Well, it would be slow. But fortunately, a certain light-footed tabaxi who knows where to step and where to go is able to lead you around some of these obstacles.
So I'm walking and Clyde's like, oh, fucking watch out! You're about to fucking... Oh, god damn it.
There's a fucking log in the river. You gotta go to the left.
Be softer. I don't want these things hearing us.
Right.
Go to the left.
Well, I'll listen to Clyde's instructions as I walk down this river. Mm-hmm. It's a relatively decent clip. I don't want to fucking stay out on the ice forever. Unless we want to be stealthy.
Okay.
I was just thinking of moving at normal pace since we can.
Yeah.
Easily moving at a pretty decent pace. Not going too fast, but as you find you're basically walking along this sort of... I guess it'd be a common pace along this ice. It would be slower, but thankfully Clyde's leading the way. Some of you are able to notice not moving too fast and keeping your eyes on this ice. In patches where the ice isn't too thick, I don't know the actual phrase for it. The ice is no longer quite as a solid white mass. It becomes somewhat transparent. You can occasionally see shapes beneath the water, the occasional shimmer of the actual liquid swimming beneath this thick layer. You can see, looks like maybe more fish. Some of them of quite large size that would take up this massive river and swim down its length, but they're stuck where they are.
No, matey. You leave the fish alone.
Minnie's just sitting there looking at the ice trying to get to it, but then pulls away after Clyde gives him the order. But among them, you could see other things a bit more tragic and often shocking in their appearance. You'll see, like, it looks like, at one point it looked like another fish, but you realize this thing has wide arms and extending claws, those that just barely breach the surface of the water as if it were reaching up with the last breath of its life. This twisted, white-skinned, sharp-toothed creature with these matted, wet clothes clinging to its body, just encased in ice. As every so often, you'll find these... It looks like more of these things that were twisted by the gray bite, but they're all frozen over, stuck in this ice.
Well, better in the ice than out here.
How did they get in there?
Probably got swept up in the avalanche.
That's what I was gonna say.
Well, no. That means people came up here, or all these things came up here afterward.
That also means that we too could be in danger. Watch yourselves.
Yeah, also means those things up here, yeah, Javen.
Hey, God, in the notebook that I found that was following Yari, was there any mention of people who didn't come back from search parties sent out?
Mm-mm. It seemed like from what you gathered from their loose notes, it sounded like everything was pretty kosher as they were heading up the mountains, and then after it seemed like they got where they were going, there's no more notes. The book made it back to the village, but nothing else has been added. They didn't say they didn't find the little girl, they didn't say what happened. All that information just seems to just be a blank slate.
It was only like a little bit less than a mile and a half. It looked like from the map. Shouldn't be too.
No, I just meant the blasted island.
Well, this river basically goes through the entire length of the mountains. So we just gotta get to the spot where we're supposed to veer east. And figure out how we're gonna get across from there.
Hope that path ain't covered up by that avalanche on the right.
Oh, no, we'll be fine. It's just up here a ways.
Yep. It does actually, as you get closer and closer, moving, sort of taking some of your mind and your eyes off of these things stuck in the ice. With Clyde's motion of his finger, yeah, you actually see a point where finally, after just a bit of traveling, thanks to Clyde's wise guiding, you're finding a point where it looks like some of the snow has softened. Some of this earth is pulled away from the edge of this river, and although still in terrible shape, possibly just from all this sudden onset winter that seems to be persisting on the island, you do see a path now finally going in to this mountain. The land somewhat leveling out and rising up between these cragging peaks.
Are there any footsteppos?
Give me a investigation check. As you're looking. Investigation.
Oh, yes. The patented investigation.
Got it. I'm still blind.
No,
Right.
you rolled investigation. You need to roll investigation.
You do see like lumps in the snow that covers this path, but they're really, to you, of no shape. They just seem like just random mounds where possibly frost and other debris have fallen from the higher peaks and mounded themselves along this path.
Has it snowed any since we've been here, or is everything just
basically? It's strange because everything has been covered with mist, but this wind has been cold and biting all around you, and it seems like your first night on this island, everything was covered in snow and frost, and then when you woke up the next morning, there was like a new layer of cold snow and frost over everything. It hasn't been quite a blizzard or a flurry, hasn't been setting on constantly, but it looks like just somehow, maybe just through this frozen fog, snow and ice are just constantly accumulating on things.
Gregory, what are you looking for?
Just like what Javen said a second ago. There might be things up here. If there's a path, I thought maybe things been crawling up here. We see signs of, but I can't make heads and tails of it. And
the snow's just gonna cover the tracks.
That's a weird thing, because I mean, we haven't actually seen it snow since we've been here. Everything's just covered in it. So I didn't know maybe if tracks stuck around for a bit, but I said nothing's been up here.
Mitty, do you smell anything?
Mitty, what's he smelling for? Is he just smelling for anything?
For them fucking creatures.
Okay, Mitty's been in close proximity to them enough. Give me a survival check as he's trucking them down. Are you searching the immediate area or just like looking for tracks?
The immediate area, like at the
Okay, well, then give me a perception check instead. Okay. Yeah, this cold, although he seems well built for it and well colored for it, a dog of white fur, obviously, would be built for the winter, but he's been living in the forest along with you, Clyde. He's been living in warmer temperatures, and just though the air is colder, the molecules are closer together, and scent should be strong. It's just Mitty's nose. He'll sniff the air and then sneeze, and you can see this dribble of snot come out of his nose. Doesn't seem like he really finds anything.
It's a wolf, right? He's got a family.
That's true. If you smell it with his nose, you can roll one more time.
What else did you smell with Omen?
Your ears.
No.
Should have just had him use his passive of 19.
As you don't really pick up on anything. This cold has just been assaulting your senses.
Even if it isn't actually snowing, this wind has been constant and this snow seems light. Everything's getting blown around and rearranged.
Well, let's go to the fucking cave already.
Yeah, I'd like to say we didn't have to worry about things walking around up here, but I think that's wishful thinking. Yeah, let's keep.
Let's just keep our guard up just in case.
If whatever is behind this, the source of this evil, is not almost a bastion or a place of congregation for these demon-worshipping monsters.
True enough. It seemed like the other ones in town sort of obsessed with drawing them symbols.
Indeed, and some of them are smart enough to talk to each other. We would probably find more of them up here.
Alrighty.
Climbing.
As after not too long, you finally reach what seems to be the next step of this simple path that you've been given by the map. As you find yourselves finally at the base of this mountain, looking onward towards this path that now cuts into the side. Give yourself a new vantage point, and it seems like possibly it'll be only a little while before you finally reach this thing. And as you begin to climb up along this mountainside, finding yourselves looking down further at this river, you're able to see it just continues to go on and on and on as this long sheet of frost-covered white. And just where you left, I'd say Luna, with your crazy high eyeball passive perception, looking down at the river, you could see ahead of you, if you had just gone a little farther, if your eyes had not seen this path, the ice is filled with more things. You'll see more mounds sticking from the frozen water, more rocks, more logs, but among them, these strange twisted shapes, blackened by the cold, some of them just pure white, almost this strange contrast of fleshes, some of them just rotten. These look like, with your eyes you can tell they're just these frozen bodies. Some of them of pure white seem to be more muscular, twisted, and tall. Just ahead of you, frozen in this river in these similar twisted ways, are these victims. They almost look like they're facing down into the water as if they had fallen off this cliff.
Well, that's creepy. Why is it everything I see is creepy? I don't understand.
Could be worse. They could have been unturned.
Luna, what do you see?
Just more bodies, I guess. Looks like they just fell into the river. I don't know where they. Oh, I guess maybe from those cliffs up there.
Well, I don't think they'd be the most dexterous creatures.
Can't tell if they're just frozen into the water. They are
Well,
twisted and frozen. It almost seems solid, but they're not moving.
they're definitely bitten.
Yeah.
Shrugs. I'll keep going that way, I guess.
Well,
Well,
Time to
no,
climb.
there's no saving them now. Hell.
It's not too long along this mountain path you find yourselves walking along, going higher and higher in elevation until you... I don't know how high you guys have ever been in elevation in this world before. Some of you are used to climbing these tall peaks. Some maybe not so much, used to the low land of Mobia. But eventually, maybe only after about 10 minutes of travel, you're about almost 100 feet above where this river is now, walking along this constantly rising and sort of zigging and zagging path into the mountains. Sort of looking down for some of you, might feel a sense of vertigo, but other than that, you're still making good pace, until something sort of catches your eye. The path no longer goes along the side of this cliff, it burrows into it. It looks like this large mass of stone, this bulge along the mountain, caves inward into this tunnel that the path seems to naturally lead into. Something maybe of a reprieve if it were like terrible weather out. Maybe might take you out of this cold. But as you look on, this cave seems to be filled with this fog that persists, almost growing thicker and thicker the farther and farther you are away from it.
Farther we are away from it, it gets thicker.
Yeah, that's how fog works. When you're farther away from fog, it's harder to see through it.
Yeah, that's why I was thinking, like, I know that's how fog works. I was thinking that the mystical component was the closer we get to it, the thicker it seems to stay, was what I was thinking you were trying to say. But okay, I got you. Like, I thought it was like, hey, you're literally walking into a wall of fog that doesn't seem to be moving at all or something. Gotcha.
Does it look like the entrance is too small for any of us?
No, it's actually quite large. It's a massive, relatively massive tunnel, like maybe about 15 feet in height. Although it does seem to at first begin off as a small narrow walkway that you currently reside within, maybe about 10 feet in width. But eventually it sort of fills out as it goes inside, as if it's almost like there's this large slope of earth that sort of becomes this tunnel as it goes on.
Oh, it's so amazing. It's like you can hear the echoes in the mountains.
These rocks are... That's a good call.
Probably light a torch to see better inside, especially with the fog.
Greg, get a torch.
Yeah, I got plenty left.
Let me see it.
Alright, here you go.
As I set it on fire.
As you reach out and touch it with your ringed hand, and just by holding on to this peated end, you give it a squeeze and suddenly this little crackle of orange and red flame just consumes it. Without even needing to pull out a, what is it?
Tinderbox.
Tinderbox? Flint?
Yeah. Look at that. Thing was hell of a lot before. Good thing. Thanks, Clyde.
You're welcome.
Anyone else want one? Just a heat of it, if nothing else.
Yeah, I'll take one.
Mind lighting me up another one, Clyde?
Whatcha!
As Clyde's showing off this ring, another crackle of flame spills off of it and lights this thing.
I got about 8 of these left, so hopefully that'll be enough.
It's a shame there weren't branches and stuff for you to make that weird big torch you made.
Yeah, vegetation's sort of lacking.
You can't let light fire or stone on fire, can you? There's plenty of stone.
Not that I know of.
Well, let's just get inside. It's got to be a little bit warmer inside at least.
Get out of the
fucking
wind.
blowing this.
Man once told me that just you couldn't really be cold unless you were out in the wind when the wind chill was -50.
You know, I've heard that to be true. Like, some people think, like, it's cold when it's, like, 40, 38 degrees above freezing. I say those people are weaklings.
What are these numbers you all are referring to?
Or do we use Celsius in this world? Or
Oh,
Kelvin?
we use the good king's measurement.
There's a measuring that. Are you talking about temperature?
That's right.
Yeah.
Things are usually just hot, cold, and not either one.
Samantha, give yourself some demon inspiration.
I was going to mention it too, but Samantha beat me to it.
It's alright, Clyde. We could have our stupid joke.
Samantha, how are you even walking with it being so cold?
And you see just 3 orange-red snakes just circling around her,
Constantly eating her.
trying their very best to stay warm. Just magic and persistence, Clyde.
You should just grow some fur.
That would be really weird. Have you ever seen a scaled creature with fur?
Well, it wouldn't be scaled if it had fur, now would it?
Okay, so who all has torches?
Alright.
I have a torch.
I guess I have one.
Oh,
Kevin has a
alright.
torch. Has a torch.
Are you lighting up your
That's
own?
it for light. I could probably
don't
light
need
it
any.
up myself, because I'm a veteran.
I just need to know
got-
if I need to mark off a torch on my character sheet or not.
Nah, I got one.
Okay. The 3 of us got
A bunch of
torches.
torches that she'll just never use because she wants to be in
I-
darkness.
I
She
gave
uses them
Gregory all of my
like fire.
torches because I realized I wasn't using them.
Luna has 175 torches in her inventory.
Yep. Yeah, with some of these torches lit, you guys are making you guys created this sort of collective beacon of light that, as you now enter this cave, yeah, surely enough, as the path widens and this overhang of earth becomes more and more of a cave tunnel, the light slowly fades, and it's a nice reprieve from the wind. It's that biting cold no longer surrounds you. It actually basically softens in sound. You're sort of just left with this eerie echo with every step you take and every motion you make inside this cave. But
Watching.
though it's thinned, it's not thick and impossible to see through. The fog still persists within the cave. It's almost like this layer of mist that sort of strange to feel without this wind anymore, because even though you're no longer being blasted by the cold, it still lingers in this air and hangs on your clothing. As you enter into this dark and dank cave, you hear your footsteps clock, 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 echoing. And other sounds echoing.
Persephone.
Every so often.
I don't think we're where we're supposed to be. Thought they said that this cave was too small for anyone to get into.
I figure maybe in the back of it there's a crack or something they couldn't fit in. It goes on, don't it?
I figured it would probably be narrow a bit.
Cold's making my nose run.
Sure your internal compass is working, right? Direction, right?
I check my internal compass.
Sure, you pull out your internal compass. And
But did I just die?
yeah, yep. You what really stands out to you, Clyde, is you're putting things together. You're in your cave, and now you're looking for the end of this cave, which will bring you to this thing that you need to kill. But then how long does this cave go on for? You remember when you reach this thing, if you return your mind to where you were on the map, there's still somewhat quite a ways to go. Unless this thing carries you all the way to the end.
Well, let's just keep walking.
Only thing we can do.
Yeah.
We could definitely turn around and get back on the nice warm boat and go back to the nice warm places. At this point, I'd rather go back to the fucking desert. This is ridiculous.
But I mean, the grey bite will eventually come to the desert, Samantha.
Yeah, there isn't really going to be.
Another desert. There's got to be more deserts, more warm places. Oh.
Not as
Maybe.
can keep spreading.
Remember that time?
Maybe if we save this place, it'll turn warm.
Maybe we could hire people to fight the goblins, Gregory. If we get another quest that says we have to go to the far reaches of the world where it's colder than an ice cube, we're going to hire people. That's what we're going to do. We're not going to do this. Not again.
Samantha, it's not that cold. It's not like it's Strakova.
Yeah,
I
that's
just
really
reach,
unfortunate. I do wanna
I
to
just go
Dracula.
over to Clyde and try to find, knowing that he's covered in fur, I just kind of reach over his face and just try to put, like, my hand on his, like, nose. With my
Little do you know, the coldest thing on a cat is its nose. You ever touch a
My
cat's
hand's
nose?
cold.
It's fucking all wet and cold.
He's about to boop you with a cold finger.
That's
Yeah, I'd say you reach out and
Look, Samantha's hugging me.
I just put my
hand on your face.
I didn't hug you.
Oh, well, I
I'm
hug
doing
you.
this to you.
I hug you.
Damn it.
There.
Who's colder, God? My cold-blooded hand or his cat nose?
Oh God.
You
No,
put your
so-
hand on his face, and you're expecting to feel some resistant warmth to just make him, to shock him and make him realize just how cold you are. And you really don't feel anything. In fact, it's this strange neutrality to the whole thing. Clyde's little pointed pink nose seems to be about as cold as your palm is.
I was gonna shake my
Sounds
hands.
great and all, Samantha, but I think we all know when we were on that boat, basically as stuck here as anything else. Until we even saw this thing. Until we saw this thing. I don't know if there's any getting that boat out of here.
No, we could definitely get it out. I'm sure of it. I'm so sure.
Come on. As he just like grabs Samantha, we're going to go kill the bad thing. It's going to be okay. But then it'll get warmer.
Oh, boy.
What if it's still cold?
Eventually it'll get warmer. The earth gradually warms up over time. Called summer.
What's on Earth?
Or at least you can find solstice and it won't be cold when we're dead.
It's the draconic name for hearth.
Do you mind holding this torch? I'm gonna get the lantern going, see if I can see better in this damn mist.
Okay, Samantha, here, hold this. It's fired. Don't touch it though. You'll burn yourself.
Bring out my spotlight and actually turn it into a little spotlight. Just clink it closed, so it's got one little bead, and I'm just shining it off, trying to make sure we're actually like seeing the walls around us, so we're not just wandering aimlessly through the mist.
Oh yeah,
Make sure we're actually going in the same direction, not going in circles.
As the tunnel basically became, well, a tunnel, it's about like maybe 30 feet wide. The ceiling's still only about like 15 feet tall, but eventually, once you start getting deeper and deeper into this thing, it spikes up dramatically, almost like to 50, almost 60 in height, where it just reaches the very edge of your spotlight. And as you look up, Greg, shining this light, you see stalactites. Some of them sharp and jagged, some of them not, some of them rounded, some of them covered in leather, hanging from the ceiling, unmoving.
The hell? Hey, y'all see up there?
I look up and I start squinting.
Yeah, on the edge of your dark vision, you can
There's
see
stuff wrapped around the stone up there.
Point the light at it.
Do I know anything that gets wrapped around stone in caves?
Heavy ass arm.
Well, I can't see it unless I.
Wait a second.
No, you do see several like sharp pillars of, spikes of rock hanging from the ceiling. This looks like one of them, but it's soft and round, covered in fur. And as you look at it, it's got a pair of ears.
Uh-oh.
And it sort of shifts.
Uh-oh.
Don't they kind of look like smaller versions of those creatures we fought on the boat on the way here?
Why are you pointing the light at Gregory?
Oh. Yep. That makes it. Lee lowered the light down away from the. Wait, but ain't they go after sound or something? What? Are they blind?
Gonna shoot it.
There's Clyde. You stupid
What?
cat man. As Luna is coming
Samantha,
up.
shh! Luna, shh!
With all the light and the extra dark vision, how many of these things can her elf eyes see?
She can see through dark. Can she see through mist?
With her human eyes, looking up through the darkness of the... And
Nick doesn't play elves.
as looking through the darkness, and something's been distracting you, Luna. Every so often you hear mixed in the sounds of the conversation, the clacking of feet. There's something you've been trying to pick up on. But now that you're looking up at these things, and everyone has gone silent, realizing that there is imminent danger, you begin to pick up on a lot more. Through your dark, piercing eyes, you see there is quite a few of them as this cave stretches on. These things that are about maybe like 5 feet in height, hanging from the ceiling, quite high above you. But as Gregory shines this light on it, you can see that silhouette of almost golden gleam in your eyes surrounding this thing. It doesn't seem to respond much besides just a slight shift. You can hear the soft sounds, although somewhat haggard, of this thing sort of expanding and contracting, almost like breathing, but so much shallower. And then, when everyone falls silent, you can hear it. farther on down the cave. This slight shifting sound, not of movement, but of breath. And as you begin to focus and look down through your incredible range of dark vision, you can see shapes and figures. Somewhat pale, standing, barely clothed, almost completely still, scattered throughout this tunnel.
God,
Oh, kill them all.
there are quite a few of them on the ceiling, and more of those pale monsters standing further down the tunnel. Beyond what you can see, but there are quite a few of them, and I can hear their attempt at breathing. As you can see, just like dark flame just begin to kind of spark up in Luna's hand, and then she just kind of makes a fist, kind of just smothering it out.
Attempt.
I want to look around, like, do I see in my tracking ability and in my understanding of creatures, would these two creatures, because they're different, the ones on the roof versus the zombies in the distance, with my keen hunting ability, would I be able to understand if these zombies walk towards these things on the ceiling, would they battle one another?
Roll me an Arcana check?
What the?
All those times you hunted giant bats and zombies?
These things do act like animals, Clyde. From what you've seen yourself, both the people and the beasts that this disease has twisted simplifies their thoughts. They don't become like people with organized strategies. They may hide in the shadows and ambush like an animal would, like a hunter would. But if they were just animals, sure, they might fight each other. But you do have enough understanding of the nature of these things. Some of it picked up on by your own insight, some of it told to you directly by your allies and the doctor, that this is something of a strange and almost magical nature. It could possibly work, but there is also reason to believe otherwise. Shake the magic 8-ball, says unclear.
Covering up the front of my lantern with my hand.
If anything, it's very, very quiet. We may not be able to get past those zombies, but if we have to fight them, we're going to make a lot of noise. Unless...
I mean, they would have seen us by now. Are they sleeping or something?
They might be.
Wait,
I mean, Peleus said
wait, Luna,
Yeah.
can you do that thing where you make everything dark?
Does she have like a cool thing where she can like put darkness on herself?
Like, I remember that one time when we were fighting all them goblins in the camp and you'd like all dark.
Yeah, Luna, you do know that you can summon this big orb of darkness. You can hook it to an object or a place. If you hook it to an object and you carry it and it's not completely covered, it can basically spill out to the area around you. And it seems like every time you've used it, you're the only one who really is able to see through it. Your allies sort of see you as this mass of darkness where things go in and then they come out dead. But you could totally use that, I guess.
Why don't you cast the darkness, and I'll pass my little sneaky spell, and we just walk past everything. They can't see us, they can't hear us.
That's what you can do. You can use 2 sorcery points to cast darkness. That's interesting.
Shadow Sorcerer.
You can do that, then you can see through. But doesn't she have...
Yeah, she does.
She have super eyes. Where is that from?
Magic item.
Oh, okay. I thought maybe she had the warlock thing.
Well, Shadow Swords just get dark vision. They don't get super dark vision, but
Yeah, they can't.
Yeah,
you can
super
only
dark
see
vision.
Dark vision. You can only see through dark vision. You can only see through darkness if you use the meta magic casting of it, not the normal casting of it.
yeah.
That would be a good
And
idea.
she just normally has 60 feet.
Would be a good
Now,
idea,
Luna,
Clyde, but
Luna, if we do this, that means we have to like touch you.
yeah, then that's not fucking but you also can't see. So just do your.
No. We just hold on to you, and you walk, because you can see,
Just hold shoulders.
and you just lead us through it.
Okay, but Samantha has to be the one that holds on to me. Someone can hold on to Samantha, and you can do a line after that. But you're not holding on to her.
Gregory should hold on to Samantha. It's good to have a fighter up at the front. You know, it's good if he's up there.
Yeah, sure. Just hand on a shoulder and we make a line.
Well, you can't just it's got to be closer than that. I don't think the darkness is that wide.
And that actually is the only thing that checks out with
You
what
might
you're
actually
saying.
like have to get really close to her, Gregory.
We just gotta be in like a big old ball.
Kind of, yeah.
Well then, I mean, I could carry a purse, make it so she ain't straggling out on the edge.
Oh no, she'll be fine.
What?
You'll be right by me, Persephone. You're fine.
So we should just huddle together then.
Has she ever casted it this way before?
Nope.
She hasn't?
How'd she do it?
I think she did. No, I think she did it against the hobgoblin.
She did in that
Yeah.
one camp where she like soloed 30 of them.
You should only be able to look through it if you use your meta magic for it.
But she's got a
Wanna
magic
say.
item that lets her do it.
The Umbral Pearl lets her get away with it. Okay. Because I didn't want to use her meta magic for that. Got you.
Alright, everybody get close.
She just starts summoning forth a little orb of darkness that just seems to expand and spread in her hands.
I cast Pass Without the Traces. The frost just kind of comes up and coats everyone's shoes and like makes them all soft and like covers up, like comes across their mouth and like instantly kind of like hinders the breathing to it.
So we're like weird snow gear. Oh.
Frost is
Are you
not so-
cold, Samantha? Here's some ice.
Hearing this
Miraculous.
hilariously interesting plan, Samantha is also going to cast at 3rd level some Armor of Agathis.
More ice!
Into a statue.
You're just a fucking walking snowman at this point.
God, if we only could find an old silk hat.
Yeah, grapevines don't eat snowmen, right?
Exactly. They're not eating ice out here. There's tons of ice. They would have eaten it all. It's fine. It's smart.
Okay.
Yes. And we will cast some darkness. Samantha's just gonna put a hand on Luna's shoulder and then just kind of stand waiting for just sticking a hand outside of the bubble.
If this goes south, we could always just throw something at them fellas and make a run for it.
Yeah,
But-
I vote on that plan.
Yeah, Clyde makes us real quiet, so if we run and I bet them undead fellas be a lot louder than
If worst case scenario, I'll lag behind. And I'll blow my whistle on one of the bats. It'll screech like a crazy banshee. All the little white people will chase after the bat. All the bats will chase after that bat. And we'll run like hell.
Clyde, that's
Sounds like
genius.
the plan.
Yeah, that sounds pretty good with me in the back. I'll get to be the first to run away.
Well, wait, no. If we run away, we run deeper into the cave.
Yeah.
That's where the end is, Persephone. That's where we have to go and stop. If we do whatever we need to do in there, all these things are probably going to just die instantly. They're probably like they haven't been eating any of their vegetables.
They're not herbivores.
I don't know how long
Exactly, they're
this darkness thing
fucking
lasts. We should
undead
probably go.
zombies. Persephone. I'm sorry, Gregory. What were they saying?
The darkness thing, I don't know how long this lasts. We should probably
All right,
get
let's
to
go.
getting. Lona, you good? Can we stop?
Come on, let's go. Your whistle plan sounds decent, I guess. Whatever.
Job, Mitty.
Okay, so you're all making a conga line through the darkness because I think
That's
it's
a conga. No, it's not a
Are we,
conga.
are we
line. That'd be too
huddling
long.
like two rows of people just kind of like...
And there's a map, guys.
There is a map.
Line yourselves up, baby.
Hold on,
Can I
hold
actually
on.
put my minis on the map?
Persephone climbs on Gregory.
Yeah, he offered to carry
No,
me.
no, Luna, that's the front. Right. Yep. And Samantha's right there. And then Gregory, you're right there. No, closer, Greg. Closer, Gregory.
Close.
There
Get in there!
I'll go right
For
there.
Samantha.
And Mitty protects. And Javen's.
Club.
Clyde, I can't carry Mitty.
Oh, no, he's fine. He's right between us.
Just like the service dogs where he just walks right in between your feet.
Exactly. He's like the fucking German Shepherd that just like fucking goes right in there. Oh my god, where'd Persephone go?
We're all squeezing.
Yeah, Persephone
we got a
surrounded
Mickey phone.
by a
A Mickey
forest of
phone.
people.
All right.
Like, what? Super unnecessary.
Yep.
Oh, it's way bigger than I thought it was.
Oh
But
my
I can't see anything. I can't see
It's
anything.
fine. We don't know where the zombies are scattered out, so we don't need to be all over the fucking place.
Because I can just bump into one.
Yeah.
Yeah, but get stealthy. be
All
quiet.
squeezing up in a little clump.
Sneakers.
Temporary control of everybody, so I can just slowly guys. Like a
Yeah,
weird
as-
convoy.
As
Yes,
you all
yes.
find yourselves grabbing on to whoever you're basically using as your cave buddy. Some of you holding on to multiple people, some maybe keeping a hand on their weapon in case something goes foul. But eventually, in one moment, you find yourselves in these frost-covered outfits that muffle your movements. Looking onto this darkness, some of you able to see these creatures just on the very edge of your vision, some of you unable. In the next moment, everything goes black. And you're just left with the sounds of your own, the muffled sounds of your own movements. And now that these sounds have been quieted, even you, those of you who don't have the sharpest ears or the most prominent senses, you can hear it in the distance echoing throughout the cave. The clacking of teeth, the soft gasps of something twisted and awful. Let's see. Dope. Gotta give me some stealth rolls, baby. Let's see.
Oh, I fucked up.
Oh.
Mitty's carrying the team at 35. I think Javen's the only one left. That and Luna. Javen's carrying the team. If I'd roll a 3.
Average of 24? It's not bad.
No, Luna's still got to roll.
No, rolled.
17.
She did.
Oh,
After 24 and a half.
Okay. As fortunately, thanks to this magic that muffles your sounds, Persephone especially quiet. You can, even with this magic off of you, your sound of your steps are almost inaudible. But with this, you are basically a ghost, and with the darkness surrounding you, you're unable to see anything. But pretty sure that means anyone's unable to see you, as Luna, the beacon of this group, leads them through closer and closer to these things. You can see eventually when you're within about 30 feet, your eyes are able to pick up on the more minute details. These things are barely clothed, just scraps of fur and leather clinging to their bodies. And it's so strange. When you look at these creatures, you've seen them before. They have these deep black pits for eyes with these glowing white embers of light within. But now you see nothing. Some of their mouths just sort of hang agape, their body just sort of stiffed in this one pose as if they're in the middle of an action, and they just stand. Their tongues are sort of hanging from their mouths, their teeth just extending in this grotesque manner. They just sort of sit, every once in a while twitching, a slight movement to give away that they are all but truly dead. But they don't seem to notice you. You step closer, sort of leading the group around it, and it just sort of stands there. You can hear that muffled sound, that weird garbled breathing, that...
Just
And-
takes all this and adds it to the catalog of horrifying things that she sees.
Yeah. But to you, Samantha, it's a little more. It's pretty nonsensical. This labored breathing, but that's sort of the nature of Abyssal. All of it's sort of nonsensical. It's almost like this thing's talking in its sleep, but what it's saying is just parts of phrases, fragments of words that on their own don't really make sense. But it's apparent that as these things are releasing these labored, awful, choking sounds, they're all but just that. And you go deeper into this cave, you see more. Some of them fortunately scattered, some of them just pressed up against the wall. You can see some of them just pressing their claws into the stonework, their faces almost flat against the wall, unable to really see or hear you as you pass by. But the deeper you go, after about maybe just a minute of this cold but sweating and tense trek into this tunnel, there are more and more and more. You see some of them... Oh, that.
As Luna's kind of looking at just the number that she can see, and that thankfully the rest of the group can't be too shaken in seeing, seem like there are so many that if, I don't know, we just happen to trip over the world's worst placed rock and, you know, send them all after us, that we would just be, like, torn asunder, or, like, Luna knows our capabilities and the fact that we haven't been in a fight. Does it seem like we could get lucky?
There, in your range of vision, you can see on the ceiling there are more of these bat creatures, all of them huddled up and sleeping, some of them in tight clusters. You can see about a dozen in your range. These creatures you see about maybe close to 30 just around you. You could probably take these things if they had to fight you, but there is something coming to mind, Luna. That when you fight these things, when you fought most things, you're capable. Usually you're in an open area. Usually you have room to take to the sky and fly away, but there is no sky above you. The entrance of this cave is far behind you, and at this point, after walking past maybe a few more creatures, you'd be accosted in your escape, and the other end of this tunnel is still outside your reach of your vision. You could possibly win that fight, but if something went wrong, if you got surrounded or separated, and those teeth and claws came into you, well, it's better to think of more positive things. But what's becoming more apparent as you're trekking into this cave is that some of these creatures don't exactly hold entirely still. Some of them will be standing in this pose, and then maybe the slightest sound will escape. Not from you, but from one of these creatures twitching. One will be pressed up against the wall, and as it twinges, you can hear the sound of its claws scrape against the rock, and immediately one of them will sort of turn, and with its eyes still these dim pits of blackness, step closer. As the spaces that are somewhat simple to guide your close-knit allies through are somewhat shifting and changing.
Yeah, Luna just kind of takes a moment to put an arm in front of Claude. Even slower now. A moment to let the group know that we have to slow down. Describing exactly what it is that she has to navigate through now, but just I need even more time. We have to take ginger steps.
Do I need to blow my whistle?
Should we huddle closer?
How far we gotta go? We gonna run out of time?
I can bring this spell back up. We should make it.
Alright, let us know if we need to go to plan B.
Okay.
Luna does her best to keep trying to navigate the group, timing things and waiting for people to stop moving and twitching, and alright, now we go.
Sure, give me a straight wisdom check.
Rip.
Yeah, you are quite good at timing things, Luna. Your ability to read into situations simply by observing your surroundings can really play into your benefit, but it's harder now because you're not just guiding yourself, you're guiding 6 blind creatures who are all clinging to you, and at one point you're trying to make sure that when this thing's moving, you can see again this thing's getting ready for another twitch, and the moment it scratches, this thing's going to move, and you're going to fill its space and pull through. But this thing hesitates, and you step too close, your allies immediately following after you. Everyone give me stealth checks.
14. Nice.
It's okay. Me and
Okay.
Mitty are at 31.
But fortunately, because Luna decided to take things slower, the moment you fill that space, you realize, Luna, you stepped a little too quickly, but too soon. And as this thing begins to move, it is said lurches in a different direction, closer to you. But as you stop, everyone holds still. Maybe the tension of Luna's hold on someone tightening and sort of letting everyone know, oh god, something's going wrong. The thing just sort of stops moving. And you're able to very carefully, very slowly, very particularly lead yourself around. And get around this hairy creature. Or hairy situation, rather, not hairy creature. They're all hairless. But
They're naked mole rats, people.
It's the one zombie we find that's covered in hair. He's gonna be the good zombie. And
slowly but surely, you're getting deeper into this cave, and finally, after just about another minute of traveling, moving at a slower pace, not quite making as much time as you were before, you do see at the far end of your vision, just ever so slightly glimmering, a soft veil of light, still somewhat hindered by the fog. It's no longer a beacon of hope and escape. It's hard to say exactly how far away it is, because your vision can only carry so much. It's only the light of this thing piercing through the darkness that catches your eyes. But in between them, you just see this surge of them. These creatures, these twisted great bites, maybe about just as many as you've seen scattered around you, you see almost condensed in front of you, this mass, almost like a nest of them. Some of them huddled together, some of them pushing up against one another's bodies. All twitching, all twinging. And unless... What's that?
What are magic casting rules again?
Meta magic? You spend sorcery points and cast meta magic?
Dun dun dun.
Okay.
As you're looking through them, Luna, you're searching for that space, that one wide enough to fit your squeezing bodies through, and it becomes apparent. If you stepped away from your allies and you carefully made your steps between these creatures, you could possibly make it past them. But as you are, huddled together in this mass of bodies, you're gonna be bumping into these things.
Why did you stop?
It was a good try.
Oh, do I need to blow my whistle?
No one move. Perfectly still and do not move. Do you all still have those
Should we like
torches?
get to a wall or something? Get out the way?
Wait a minute.
Shh, let her finish talking.
Have those torches?
Luna, I think you can blow my
Yeah.
whistle.
Yeah, they still lit.
We don't want to attract them with lightning to put them out.
Oh.
By
Alright.
the heat, I'm assuming.
Sure.
It's okay, I can take care of it.
I use my druidcraft to help extinguish the torches.
See what you're putting out.
Yeah, that's a thing. You have to aim your magic out, and you're like,
You guys just...
So can I only put out
Whistle thing
mine,
right
or can I not
to
do?
go to the edges so they
You can put out your own.
past us.
You just put it out normally, sort of stick it in the ground, twist it.
No,
Yeah,
Luna,
that's what I
I
do.
think you can use my whistle. Think, like, if you can see them, you can blow it.
Yeah, so we get to a wall out the way, and then Luna whistles at one of them buggers back of the entrance, so they all
They all run that way.
screeches and the bats come down.
And then all the other things will run towards it, right?
Yeah.
And people, just put the fucking torches on the ground. It's snowing there.
If we leave them behind, though, as soon as they get out the bubble, they gonna be.
And Luna just kind of looks to the left and to the right, trying to see which wall would be better to kind of guide the group towards, so we can move out of the way of the hopeful stampede.
That's sort of the thing. If you guys, there's enough room so that if you guys like each single filed and pressed against the wall, with your own imagination, maybe if you made yourselves flat enough, if these things turn and just sprinted in the other direction, they might not bump into you or realize you're there. You'd have to spread yourselves pretty thin, otherwise you're this sort of bulky mass. There's not a lot of room between these creatures, even between each other, even between the wall.
Like, even if we had to, like, backtrack a little bit to go find an empty space in the wall.
It'd take a little bit of backtracking at this point. But yeah, it could work.
Can we just get against the wall, Luna?
Doesn't seem to be enough spacing.
What if we thinned it out?
We could try to put ourselves against the wall. One person just puts her hand in front of you and just shoves the group, just like trying to guide them towards one of the sides, trying to lay them against the wall one by one.
Yeah, easily enough. Even within the range of your bubble, there's enough room, enough so your ally could press against the wall. Gregory's a little cumbersome. He's a big, bulky guy. Has to sort of suck in his gut to make sure he got the... Clyde, Persephone, and Samantha, pretty easily able to push up against the wall. Javen also sort of have the same problem as Greg, but not quite as bad.
I mean, he does have a giant keg strapped to his back.
Yeah, you do.
Hold it above your head.
That's why Javen's in the back.
Yeah, you do.
And he's just like hugging it instead of pushing his back. He's just face forward.
Only companion.
Yeah, alcohol. You're the only one who understands me.
Oh, geez.
You don't freeze over because you have a lower melting point.
But yeah, you guys can, within the range of the darkness, you guys can press up against the wall and sort of make enough room that you think maybe these guys wouldn't be able to overrun you.
Like Clyde here, Persephone like there, Javen like there. Up against the wall, guys.
Squeeze.
Where's the wall? Is the wall over here? Oh.
Oh, that's the wall. Okay.
No, between my legs, matey. There you go.
Steps around and kind of pat Javen over in the right direction, and then
I don't know.
and she just
Pushes him into the
hand
wall.
out for the whistle.
The wall.
Alright, well, everyone's
In the
ready
darkness.
for this to not work. It is Clyde's idea, anyway.
Oh, you.
She takes the whistle and
Aim
tries
for
to
one
look
of the bats.
for one of the bats.
Yeah, on the ceiling.
Find a bat further down where we came from, looking up on the ceiling.
About 120 feet behind you, you could kind of see, there's clusters of them. So you could probably easily find one on the very edge of your vision, about 120 feet away.
How's this thing work? I just think about whistling at him.
You think about it. Yeah, you just think about that creature and blow the whistle as hard as you can.
Is everyone ready to fight? As you can see, like, the darkness just begins to sort of warble and move around you as she gets ready to pull it back to herself.
I grab my shield and I hold it in front of me when she says ready to fight.
Thinking about that bat all the way at the back.
Blowing as hard as you can, this tiny little whistle. It doesn't take more than that breath, it's just the beginning of this thing. You're expecting to get the full breath through this thing, but the moment your lips press to it, you're thinking of this bat, and you exhale, you just hear this ear-splitting screech from the edge of your vision. If you're looking at this thing, you can see immediately its wings extend out. It basically bashes into some of its other siblings or family, knocking some of them off their perch while they flap and catch themselves, as this thing is shrieking out in pain as it turns around, throwing its head around, screaming, looking for the sound of that whistle. And it would immediately descend down from the ceiling, its wings flapping, and as all this noise is being echoed throughout the cave, all around you, you can see these creatures, the lights in their deep pits of their eyes suddenly catching on as if embers are being sparked. and they all just turn their head in the direction of this flapping creature. This, ah, 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 ah. And as this thing turns and descends down in your direction, Luna.
Yeah, Clyde, your fucking idea, it didn't work. And she just like tosses the
Guy on the ground!
I don't know what you said, so she doesn't know what you fucking said either. And hands the whistle back to Clyde and drops the darkness.
Don't drop it.
Darkness?
Are you sure?
Don't drop the fucking darkness. It
As this
hurt.
creature comes flying down toward your direction, Luna, you notice that all the ones that eyes are coming on, these gray bite creatures now coming into animation, their forms sort of cracking as it sounds like almost their bodies are frozen and twisting and thawing out in a way. They don't seem to notice you. They're all their eyes are fixed on this bat creature now swooping down in front of you. So do you drop the darkness?
No.
As this thing comes swooping down the darkness, eventually gets close, and then this long raking claw reaches up and just catches onto its wing and pulls it to the ground. You can see this thing pull up the ground, trying to catch itself. And these creatures, once thawed and frozen, just turn and descend and just start grabbing and ripping away at this thing's hide, tearing the leather apart as these gray bite creatures start pouring over this massive bat. And the ones that
nest moving?
The nest? Oh, they're moving, and they're moving toward, thankfully, not towards you guys. As they're moving towards the sound of this calamity piling up on the ground, some of them getting pretty close to Gregory, almost brushing up against you. You can feel the cold air of this thing waving past your face, Greg, and the smell of death. But it immediately leaves.
The whistle back from Clyde's blinded, padded hand and just blow into it again, targeting a different bat.
Okay. As again, these things are piling above this bat, tearing it to pieces. The sound of it screaming very quickly muffled. Another one of these bats, now twisting its head around, catches that terrible sound again, lets out that terrible screech, and comes descending upon you again. But these creatures are awake and ready. As it starts to descend, one of these claws comes raking up at it, but the bat's quick enough to sort of pull itself away and begins to screech and call down at them. As one by one, more of these bats begin to drop down from the ceiling and just descend upon this horde of gray-bitten, inflicted creatures. As claws are being swung, teeth are being gnashed, you can see some of the gray bites being pulled off the ground by two bats. Not pulled apart, but like lifted around until more of them begin to crawl along the walls, getting closer to where you guys are.
Just starting to shuffle
You're
deeper.
Very quietly, moving along the wall closer and closer towards where you see that light, Luna. Fortunately, that initial sound and that crash caught so many of their attention, but you can hear all throughout the cave all these terrible, horrible sounds of these creatures just given new life by sounds of movement. As claws are tearing and ripping into leather, Luna, you give one glance back to the carnage, and yeah, you turn back around. There's a lot of things being ripped apart and eaten behind you. Let's move out of here. And fortunately, as you're moving closer to the wall, keeping close to this stone face, you can see more creatures sprinting through the darkness past you guys, going towards the sounds. And eventually, slowly but surely, you make it towards this small, lighted tunnel as the sounds become quieter and quieter, although still terrifying behind you.
I almost feel like it was easier to fight things. Like Samantha just kind of mutter that.
Good. Did it work?
Do you think we'd be able to take all of that? That sounds like a lot out there.
Wait, can I have my whistle back?
I like your whistle. It's mine now.
No, it's
just take Clyde's
not,
things.
Luna. No, it's not.
Are we friends?
We're best friends, but that's my fucking whistle.
Guys, stop
Let me
fighting.
borrow it for a while.
Guys!
Borrow.
Are we clear? We good?
Just kind of like looks around and hands Clyde his whistle back as we're in the lighted tunnel area. What do I see?
You look onward through the mist, you're seeing more and more of this light pour into the entrance, and you're seeing it looks like the ground, it's kind of hard to tell. You're so focused on your surroundings, trying to make sure that these things didn't see you, making sure that you gave them just a breath's distance, all that they needed to avoid them. It becomes more apparent you guys were still walking through this tunnel, elevating, going higher and higher into the mountains, and as you exit, you see very clearly you're going up the side of this cliff, and finally you guys manage to break out into the light. And you find yourself standing on this now open area on the outside of this cave. You could see vegetation, not growing, but standing. Often, or many of them fallen before you. You see it looks like a lot of plant-life trees of pine that have just fallen to the side and cracked open. Things that have been exposed to these cold and killing elements for far too long. But, assuming now you drop the darkness...
If it looks like there's no zombos to munch on our faces, then sure.
You're sort of, everyone's gifted suddenly in almost the blink of an eye as this darkness fades away.
Oh,
This bright white snow reaching into your eyes, stinging at first, but you don't see anything abating you. You just see the continuing of a path, although somewhat more narrow now as you're getting closer and closer to the height of this mountain.
Alright, it worked. Good going, y'all. Well, where the hell are we now?
So I pull out my map. And I hand it to Clyde.
As Clyde, you're looking over the map again. You're still trying to keep an internal compass. Kind of hard to do, even in the dark. But still, you're able to sort of pinpoint where you are along this path, and you're just so close now. You feel like you might be just at the end of this thing, but there's still more path to go.
I think we got to keep going.
As Luna just kind of just like stretches and there's sort of this air of confidence on her face. You're fucking welcome.
We go on, Leon Clyde. See what bus there. Well, this is taking a bit longer than I was expecting for some reason. But still a path ahead of us.
It's a tad weird to think that, God, why do I just suddenly become Irish? I really hate that. Hermione Granger, there we go. I think it's a tad weird that this kid went all the way up here by herself just to get away from her father. This is to go, don't you think?
Get away from the undead.
I mean, I don't want to really say it, but I mean, look how far away Persephone went.
True enough, and I'm sure it was a lot more hospitable when she was around.
I mean, this is just what, like 2 miles away from Pelcoa? It's...
Yeah, you guys have been traveling, you know, as tense as things have felt. You guys have basically been traveling for like maybe 35 minutes or so. Hasn't been too long. It's just, you know, the danger and the death and the thing almost killing you and almost surrounding you and hoarding you. Things feel a lot longer usually in those cases.
The danger and the high voltage.
She probably didn't have to walk across a frozen lake or have to sneak through a cave of undead monsters, so it was probably not a...
And finally, Gregory, kind of taking up the lead now, you can see just ahead of you on this path, you see a couple trees falling in front of you. Not enough to really stop your path, you can just sort of walk over them, but they just offer just enough of an obstacle to your vision that when you get close, you can sort of see something beyond it. It looks like a continuing of a path, and between a set of frozen bushes, you see the gleam of frosted steel. It looks like shattered violet wood in the shape of a buckler, and between them, this frost-coated body laying on the ground. And the rest of the group catches up. You find a similar scene.
You said the trees are falling?
Yeah, they're not too much to stop you. Maybe only like about 5 feet high. These thin, desiccated trees covered in ice and frost.
Where am I? There I am.
Yeah, we're all the way at the bottom.
I see something further up ahead.
I'm just gonna cautiously try to maneuver around the fallen trees, trying not to make noise.
Yeah, Javen, I'll take back my pack. Spot me
Here you
carried
go.
on. Thank you.
There's a body up ahead. It's laying on the ground.
Is it moving?
Does it look humanoid or does it look twisted?
It looks like it's humanoid, but even at this distance, with your decent vision, looking through some of the thin fog and getting a better look, it looks like it's just sort of laying on the ground it's laying on its back from the waist up, but it's laying on its front from the waist down, as if its top and bottom half have just been sort of twisted around.
I'm gonna assume it's just not gonna pop up at us. Hopefully,
I'm gonna pull
around.
I'm gonna pull out my short sword and just stab it right through its forehead.
You just stick your sword through the head. It doesn't seem
It's one way to take care of it.
I reckon.
And Luna, as these guys are
Get
looking
on
at a dead
my
body,
space,
you
Luna.
see Clyde stabbing at this thing. Mitty too sort of stops and perks up his ears and looks around. Luna, you can hear through this harsh wind now biting at your ears, no longer quite as capable as listening around you, but in somewhat close proximity, through this thick tree line on the higher end of this cliff, you can hear more of this quiet, garbling sound. These somewhat not whispered, but just low-toned voices that just seem to be twisted and mad and growling to one another.
Sounds like more of those things up ahead.
How tall is this ledge?
The ledge is about 15 feet in height. It seems to get smaller and smaller as you get closer to this northern path.
Guys,
But as it is right now.
guys, I see. I'm pretty sure it's some kind of like blood circle.
Hell, should we put out the torches?
Here, let me take a look as I start to climb this.
Sure, you climb up the edge, and the moment you pull yourself close to the edge with your claws, Clyde, you can see movement just on the edge of your vision behind these trees. White-skinned things, some of them looking like they're pulling something off the ground. You look at where its feet would be, and you see a pair of legs in these tattered pants, whole thing covered in frost. And you see those legs lift off the ground as if this thing's whole form was being pulled off of the snow and then dropped harshly on the ground. Yeah. And beyond that, you could see it looked like this thing was looking right at you, but fortunately, your fur is currently covered in a layer of dense frost that makes you blend into the snowy environment.
Yeah, I got
and as
my
this
snow
thing
camo.
seems to be looking on to the distance, you could see this thing's tongue sticking out of its mouth, almost tasting the air.
Put the fucking fires away.
Oh, I put my
All
torch
right.
out when we were in the cave.
Guys.
Just goodbye.
I'm pretty sure they're eating somebody up here.
You're fine, Greg.
Yeah, I'll just close it up.
Clyde, how many?
I see at least 3, but there might be 4. It looks like they came across some kind of camp.
Are they
Like the
like
bodies are like frozen and shite.
And those of you you guys investigating the body on the ground,
I'm looking at the shield.
yeah, the shield, it looks like it was at least one point a pretty nice wooden buckler of I guess not buckler, it's pretty decent size, a large round shield, but strangely enough, the whole thing, except for the wooden frame, is almost cleanly broken in half, with splinters scattered across the snow. It looks like this thing was struck by something incredibly hard.
Just kind of take a look at the body. Just kind of turn the upper half so I can see it if it's facing down, or just look at it if it's facing up.
Oh yeah, trying to turn the upper half. It's actually a lot easier than you would have expected with a dead body, because it doesn't go limp in your arms. It goes a solid piece. And you can see where its face is basically twisted and contorted. The ground beneath it has been somewhat disrupted. Not as if something had tampered with it, but as if... It looks like this thing hit the ground really, really hard.
An elf?
Strangely enough, no. Although its skin is almost completely blackened by the cold, basically suffering from, post-mortem frostbite. Most of its liquid in its body frozen. You do see those features are swollen through that necrosis. A pair of sharp tusks sticking out of its jaws. Looks like a half-orc.
I'll just kind of take a look at his chest area, just kind of like quietly patting, trying to see if I can get through the frost and such, trying to see if there's any sort of markings, paperwork, anything in interior pockets, anything, pouches or anything.
This guy doesn't seem to be wearing much as far as pockets. He seems to be wearing more armor, although it's been ripped to shreds. But you do feel something as you're sort of getting up towards the shoulder or the breast area. You find something solid that's not this leather that's been torn and ripped to pieces. You find, although now it's been almost cracked down the middle as well through the impact, it looks like a brooch? No, a badge. This faded gold in the shape of... It looks to be it looks like some sort of chest or a coffer.
Just takes the brooch and just kind of stands up. I'm too distracted to look into this at the moment. Is there more of them up there, Clyde?
Oh yeah. Did I see the thing that ripped out Samantha's throat? Did I catch the last glimpse of it when I was running away?
Yeah. If you fought these things yourself, you weren't quite in the same mind. It's almost like someone else was possessing your body and making you fight these things. But you did see them again. These things that seem to have persisted longer on the island, and according to Peleus, have been exposed to this illness longer. Their bodies are tall, they're twisted, they're more muscular, and their flesh is almost as hard as marble. They look very similar to the things that ripped out Samantha's throat, at least from what she described.
Samantha, it's the things that ripped out your throat. I'm gonna kill him.
Wait, how many of them?
Wait, don't just jump into it.
Something like 4 of them. Like 4 of them. Worst case scenario, there's 104. Let's kill them.
I mean, are they on the path?
Well, they're up here. So I point up 30 feet.
Looking down the path, it looks like it curves back around, heads up that way.
Yeah, it looks like the path continues to rise. Where Clyde's sort of holed up on the wall, it looks like about 15 feet, but the farther you go down this path, it seems to turn and go up higher in elevation. It seems like if you went around the bend, you'd probably get on that level.
Sneak up on them and ambush them.
That's a great plan. I see the tree. I'm gonna climb the fucking tree.
Got my vote. These things are smaller than the other ones. I don't think we can just walk by.
Persephone's going to stay close to vegetation and walls and corners. She doesn't want to be seen by these things.
Can Javen
Give me
see
stealth
in
check.
the mist? Or is he blind as a bat?
Javen can see.
Oh.
It's still daytime.
It's the middle of the
Anyway. It's
day.
still morning.
Yeah, that's what I assumed. I just didn't know if he could see on this map or not.
Oh yeah, he can.
Okay.
Boom, 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 boom.
Oh, no, I can't see. Should I be able to see them from where I'm in a tree?
From where you are, yeah, up in this tree. If you want to climb it somewhat stealthily, you're slinking in with the stealth. This thing's actually about 30 feet tall, actually. if you want to get the climbing to the top's a little hard because the more branches you grab onto, even those that you might use to support yourself, they're starting to break off in your hands. You only maybe make it about 30 feet before this thing would be. So you're basically be sitting on a big old pillar of ice. If you want more stable footing and place to shoot, it might be about 20 feet off the ground.
Okay. But could I see those things? Because currently on the map I can't.
Not quite.
Okay. Wasn't sure.
There's still a persistent fog around you.
Okay, well then when I get up there, then I'll climb back down because I can't see anything.
Perhaps Gregory should run up in front of. No, she's just Samantha just kind of like tries to keep Persephone from getting.
Get sneaky.
Just duck behind this little shrub. Make sure I'm just not just out in the open. You want me to just rush them?
But I mean, I'm gonna go rush and climb up one of them trees up ahead. You can take Mitty with you, he'll bite the shit out of him.
I mean, I can do it.
Alright.
Let's do this then.
So you just kind of see, like, Hyde's eyes just kind of narrow and darken a little bit, and his tail doesn't wag, just kind of comes firm and still as he runs towards the tree.
May the gods protect me in my endeavor from the evilness of this world. As I cast a little bit of magic, as my holy symbol starts to glow ever so slightly, I tuck it back up underneath my shirt as I pass some protection from good and evil on myself.
Ba, ba, ba.
And I look at everybody, give a nod. Here we go.
As you mutter
Right
those
behind
words,
you, Greg.
as you're muttering those words and taking your holy symbol, that soft glow, let's see.
I duck back behind the shrub to do it.
You
Oh, yeah.
played and ruined the surprise round, Greg. Nice
No!
job. Nice
Yep,
fucking
yep,
job.
as the avalanche falls.
You know, get a
Yeah, these
crane admin in
things,
here. We need
these
to-
things begin to dig their claws into their bodies that they're searching through. Some of them putting all fours on the ground, sort of stop, and their mouths open wide as if to taste the air, but there's no tongue in their mouths. It's almost like when you spill those words of holiness out, it has an effect on them. But they're now somewhat aware of what's going on. As everyone, roll me some initiative.
Oh yeah, what's a good symbol for protection?
Not so huge now.
They
I
are
don't
really
know.
big.
What the three
All the
symbols?
icons are bigger.
Are we
Yeah.
mini-sized for the map?
Mini size? Nope.
Maybe it's just an update.
I'm gonna look at the patch notes and figure out why they're so fucking like that blue dot is huge.
Let's do that.
It almost covers my whole ear.
Let's see.
Use a little lightning shield thing. No.
Use for, like,
This,
armor
there we
protection.
go.
There you go. Yeah.
Shield my heart against the evil.
Oh, the
But I
Yes,
get 14
evil.
against the evil.
Again, the evil.
So far up there.
evil. Oh look, best friends! Oh man, have I seen these things before?
Okay, let's see. Yeah. As the cold is beaten back by the rushing of blood both in your bodies and in your ears, as it seems like you're no longer hiding from your foes, you're no longer stepping around the danger, you are taking it head on. And with you, Clyde, up in a tree,
Yep,
you would be in that one, not too tall, about 10 feet off the ground.
yep.
What do you do?
A little red dot pops up on this creature's forehead. As everyone gets just a little bit louder as the ice and the frost just whoosh off of their bodies as the arrow flies out.
Ooh, yeah, 23 will hit. Give me that. Oh, yeah, I got the damage. Let's see. As you shoot this thing, it turns to look at you, and your arrow comes flying out, strikes it near the neck, but catching into some of its bone. This thing, like, visually jolts in response to the pain, but it sort of corrects itself as it now looks up at you, this dribble of black blood falling from its body.
I just wish she just draws another arrow, knocks it, as that'll be his turn.
Alright, Luna.
Seeing Gregory kind of muttering his prayers and getting ready, but Luna being quicker on the draw.
What's up? Sorry, hold on. Why is it so loud in my earballs?
Because it was loud.
Yeah. What's up?
Little climax. I was saying Luna's just kind of stepping forward, but I'm trying to figure out how far she can actually see.
No, Luna shanked Persephone. That's what I read.
Let's see. You can basically see all the way towards the end of this pad. You can see this creature way down here. You can see a long way, Luna.
I try to be cognizant of the ranges, even though I'm using
Oh,
the
yeah.
cameras. But I didn't know how far the fog was affecting her. So then she is going to sort of summon up a warbling mass of energy. And do a little chaos bolt, and then as she just kind of grabs onto the top of it like this, she just kind of wrenches them apart as she uses a meta magic point to twin them.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And she will chaos bolt, one at him, and one at him. Those things seem to be particularly vicious. She'll just kind of hurl them both.
Which ones? Oh, man, it's got-
16 here, 26 here.
The freaky looking ones.
Ooh. As this crackling bolt of energy comes flying towards the farthest creature, you can see it turning its head in response, but your bolt is too quick. Strikes its body. You can see this glittering of scales cascade off its flesh, as it is a solid blow. Give me that damage so I can see how to describe it gets hit. Ooh.
Ooh.
Let's see.
Once
So
again,
thunder or
crackling
lightning?
Lightning seems to just course through this thing's body, I'm guessing.
Oh yeah, his body starts shaking as this black lightning begins to spread across it, as it takes a considerable amount of damage, and this next guy. Go away, Nick. There we go. What is that?
Straight magical force for that one.
Oh, going after this guy?
Oh wait, you didn't want to use cold damage? What?
There's this guy, right? Yeah, figured. Making sure. As, yeah, this bolt of energy just becomes this condensed mass of shadow that crashes in this creature's body, breaking through some of its already seemingly frozen flesh covered in scales. But it seems like as these pieces fall away, the damage is somewhat shallow, as it still stands pretty firmly.
Keep the path clear for Gregory.
Like, is this a decent pile of rocks?
It's only about like 5 feet in height. You could probably duck behind it for some cover.
Okay.
That'll be it for her turn.
Alright, Javen, you see an arrow fly and his 2 crackling bolts of energy come flying to these creatures. What do you do?
You're right. I fly past Gregory. Keep. I see. Hell.
A moment you step into this area, stepping around the rocks, you see to your side, it looks like the body of a woman, again, covered in frost, the flesh blackened with just the sheer cold, and before them, these now, some of them wounded, but all of them very much moving, angry and mouths full of hungry teeth facing you.
Alright then. Come at me, ugly. I sort of goaded a bit and prepare myself, sort of moving a bit back and forth. Keep myself moving, but also prepare myself for what's about to come as I take the dodge action.
Alright.
Of moving about. Trying to keep moving, not wanting to stay in one place for too long. That'll be my turn.
Alright, Persephone.
Alright, I'm gonna just move around Samantha. Get a. How tall are the rocks?
These guys in front of you?
5 feet.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're only about 5 feet in height. It just looks like some rubble that fell down from the mountains.
Alright, I'm gonna make that here so I can get a better look, see what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I'm gonna cast an entangle. See if I can slow some of them down. Where is my squares?
Ooh, yeah, no, none of them have legs, so.
All floating.
Sounds like that would be a problem, don't it?
Okay.
Yeah, these two. The dead and decayed roots of the island just shoot up with a crackling sound to wrap around these two monsters.
Yeah, so it's strange, Persephone, because you're pulling this magic and you feel this connection to the nature of this island, even though it's been drained and dead, and you pull up these vines and there's nothing at first. And then you strain your magic harder. It takes all of your focus and all of your concentration to really pull these roots from the ground. And even though they rise as dead and dying, they manage to latch on to these creatures, trying to pull them and keep them still. As, let's see. Strength save. And boop.
Against my
Boop. Ooh, as both of them seem to be unaware, pulling themselves off this frosted ground as each one is restrained. These vines reaching up and clashing onto their bodies. Rotten plants collecting on rotten bodies. Cool.
Yes, and then I'm going to use the rest of my move. Duck behind these things. The rocks.
Okay.
Persephone, great job.
I'm gonna give everyone behind me a thumbs up. And that's my turn.
Alright, Gregory.
Seeing everybody shooting off as I'm shifting myself around this bush to get in line, I'm just gonna try to catch up to them as I am just dashing up the hill here, hoping that we still have the advantage, that they're caught by surprise, as I just rush up, get next to Javen, pull out my sword, and take in the sight, but try to form a little bulwark here with Javen next to me, and peace of mind that everybody hopefully is safe behind us. So I stand there, protective magic still surrounding my body. My little glowy symbol, and it seems like the closer I get to these things, you can see light just radiating out from underneath the neck of my That's me!
Heck yeah. As you're getting closer to these things, the light begin to radiate. These things' eyes turn to you as if their focus is going to change to you, but in the next moment you see them raise their claws up to their face, try to guard their vision, and they just sort of cast their eyes away, as if unable to fully look at you. As Mitty, the group has rushed ahead, but you have a job you must do.
Mitty dashes.
Dashes?
Yep.
Dashing along.
Yep. That's Mitty's turn.
Alright. As, let's see, Clyde and Luna. Clyde with your advantage, being higher up in a tree, and Luna with your ears, able to pick up everything. Your vision and your senses are focused on these creatures you're sending your magic towards and launching your offensive assaults towards. But there's a strange sound beginning to fill the air around you, coming from higher up on the mountain. It sounds like cracking, bending, creaking, and groaning, that of wood. As it sounds like it's like something's pushing the trees around. Just and every so often you hear like a heavy boom, thud, boom, thud. But that's all. As these creatures take to action, one of them, having been blasted by a bolt of pure magical force, is going to be rending itself across this desolated campfire surrounded in blood, to the closest creature in front of them. getting close, looking at Gregory, basically with his teeth drawn to bite. That light surrounding him pushes his teeth away as he throws himself and tries to bite at you, although it seems like he's biting almost blindly at you. As he's going to be biting with a bit of disadvantage. As his teeth basically snap the air around you, Greg. Unable to make purchase as it seems like it's trying to sink its teeth into your body without actually hitting you. But as it seems like it's missed, this thing turns towards the less offensive of its foes as it reaches out and tries to bite at you, Javen. Going for a chomp. Ooh, but it too, its eyes are still sort of flickering back into existence, still somewhat blinded by that radiance as it snaps at the air around you, unable to make purchase. Well, this creature down here, surrounded in vines, is trying to pull itself away, rip away at them as he's going to try and do a strength check? Yeah. As you see its claws tearing into these desiccated vines, but they continue to grow up around his body. And in one great heave, it bites at a mass of him and pulls, but they continue to grow back, pulling him back to the ground, keeping him where he is. Let's see. The creature that has this arrow lodged into its collar, Clyde, its eyes were fixed on you until more creatures threw itself into the fray. This thing sort of prepares itself, spreads its claws wide, and you see its tongue pour out of its mouth like a snake. As it throws itself at you, Javen. Getting 2 claws coming at you.
Disadvantage.
Ooh, yeah, because you're dodging. Yeah. 16 probably not gonna hit.
Nope.
As this thing comes dangerously close, but too quick on your feet, able to slip and slide around on this ice. Second attacks come at you with disadvantage. Still able to dodge these things. Even though you hold your stance, you're able to catch this thing's attention and just dance around its movements. While this one down here continues to try and rip away at the vines like it's, well, seemingly its co-sort, as it bites and tears and screams and rips away at this plant life, trying to free itself. Ooh, but with a terrible force, you can see this muscles bulge and then tears the vines off itself. as it comes running over here, but it staggers in its step, having used a lot of its strength to basically get out of the vines. And itself right about here.
It sounds like you made one of them mad. And up from above, Clyde, you can hear the sound of snow scraping beneath feet, as behind it seems like these trees, something pulls itself out of the woodwork. Looking down upon, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, ooh! Who's the closest guy? Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. It'd probably be you, as this thing throws itself. Actually, no. It would lean down here.
Stealth?
What's that?
I had a 31 stealth to get in that tree.
I mean, you shot, buddy. You don't get shot after you shoot. As this thing comes to the edge of the cliff, just within its reach, as you see its claw reel up, and it just starts swinging down twice on top of you. It's a feat. It's a feat to do that little thing called Skulker.
No one ever takes
That's
it.
when you miss.
Take it.
Yeah, that's also
That's only when you miss.
As you see these claws come swinging down on top of you, Clyde. But they're just out of reach, able to duck down beneath them as this thing's spitting and hissing above you. And that's about it. Okay.
So we're within 5 feet here?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So it's basically leaning down and swinging down on top of you. Mm-hmm. Samantha rocks up to Greg and squints her eyes. Do I? What's that?
If I carry the 3 divided
Pull
by
out your
the
spectacles, the little snake spectacles, put on the end of your nose.
Is that
a monster?
What do we got here? What's going on up here? What is all of this?
Did the red dot guy attack?
Yeah,
Yeah.
he missed Javen.
Oh, hit Jalen.
Missed
Oh, he
it.
missed
He
Javen.
missed.
He swung at him.
Oh, missed on the 23.
There were disadvantages. He just rolled
Disadvantage,
twice.
because he's dodging.
Got you. Okay. Okay. Yeah. So then, just kind of like watching the battle. Which one of like these two seems to my eye, as quickly as I can, make the assessment? Which one of them seems to hit with more ferocity in terms of how quick or strong or overpowering their attacks are?
Although the one sort of behind it has, I mean, you know how strong these things' jaws are. It's sunk into your neck. But as strong as tall and as long as their arms can reach, these tiny skeletal things. You recall Clyde and Mitty having some trouble actually landing blows on them. Their bodies seem to be covered in these, almost looks like skin, but it's hard. It's almost like frozen and covered in looks to be scales. They have these sharp spines sticking out of their form, and they can throw themselves forward at pretty high speed. They'd be probably hard to outrun if they were chasing you down.
Echo.
No, don't hex me.
Leaping off of Samantha's form and wrapping itself around, grabbing onto its neck and trying to drain the strength away from it. Samantha's just gonna peek over Gregory's shoulders, and two of her little snake fingers are gonna shoot two of them and blast out of their mouth. Just like, right into the dude's face.
This dude, they got you hexed, yeah, okay. Give me those shots. Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, your first shot, you're pretty good at, you've been pretty well trained at getting in things' faces and shooting, but it's still something of a challenging chore. But fortunately, with just enough room to shoot around Greg, you're able to actually land on this. You think that if you were maybe just slightly off in your shot, maybe a bit too close to Greg or a little too far away, using him as a big shield, offers you protection, but also somewhat throws off your attacks. I'm starting to use cover now. You barely connect with your first one, but it strikes true, dealing a considerable amount of damage. Let's see. Ooh. As thing gets battered by a blast of this green, eldritch energy, crackling off more of its flesh. The necrotic energy, however, the snake bites into its flesh, trying to rip away and basically erode what remains of it, but seems to do very little. Your second strike, however, comes flying over, trying to get around Javen to the other side of this creature. But again, this monk bouncing around, acting as a good defense for himself and keeping the monsters from reaching your allies, but also kind of hard to shoot around, as that attack will miss.
Does it seem like the necrotic damage, though, buffeted, still drains some life force away, or none?
Yeah, like this thing's already basically rotting away, almost preserved in ice. But it seemed like it did have an effect on it, just slightly lessened.
I always forget to cast Hex, and I don't want to be like, oh yeah, you cast Hex. By the way, everything's immune to Hex now, so like, good job, you did nothing. All right.
Seems to be biting and tearing away at it. All right. As Clyde, these things seem to be surrounding your friends, but even you, probably for the first time in a long time, with your advantage in height in the battlefield, you find, well, now you're near the edge of this cliff where this creature's assaulting you with its claws.
Slide down the tree.
Alright, he's gonna try and swipe at you.
I know he is. He's gonna crit me.
Let's see.
Told you.
Good job.
As
I'm gonna fail the con save too.
as unable to, not quite, not used to having something attack you higher than you in elevation, you're trying to pull away, but its claw swings again a little too quick, as you take 17 slashing damage.
I just stare daggers into its eyes.
Barely made it.
So slide here, pop up on these rocks. Without missing a beat, fire an arrow right at him.
Alright. As, maybe the focus of that pain and realizing, still in this hunter mode, no longer silly bouncing Clyde, but now in your, well, essentially, killer Clyde, you aim your bow and strike this creature, doing it.
As Mitty bites this creature right in front of him.
Ooh. As Mitty, your teeth definitely sink it to its leg, and you bite and rip and pull, tearing a chunk of its own leg flesh out. You're able to sink your teeth past its hardened skin and just tear a chunk of its hamstring away. Let's see what means. So it needs to make a strength check. 6-8. Ooh, but caught surprise.
Right out.
Yeah, that chunk of flesh gets ripped out. This thing has no way to support itself for the time being as it slips and falls prone right before you, Mitty.
So I just draw another arrow and zero in on this creature. That'll be my turn.
Okay. And with your 5-foot advantage off the ground, stand on the pile of rocks. Luna.
Her sharpened ears, even with the sounds of combat and crazy and growling and shit going on. You said we could hear the sort of the cracking and groaning of trees. Does it sound like more than just the one assailant is coming from up above where she can't quite see?
Oh yeah. It sounds like even though this thing broke through the brush, you can still hear the sound of more things. That sounds like more trees being pushed, bent almost, and this sort of thudding sound every so often.
Like a decent number of them, or it sounds like maybe like one or two? It's hard to kind of make out.
Hard to say. They're pretty far spaced out in between.
Question would be, does it just sound like it's like directly above her, or like further, like something coming towards all of us?
Sounds like it's probably approaching. It's definitely something like it's approaching.
Okay, it's not right there. Gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
There's just one called over here. Kind of see this thing up there. It's going to summon a ball of flame, black in form, and then just kind of wrench it apart as it splits into 4 little orbs, and then they all just go flying up at this thing. She is going to upcast Scorching Ray.
Alright.
Beams of energy go coursing at this thing.
As your first strike, aiming this arc of fire from your hand, launching it into this thing. This creature, still hot on its pursuit, hunting after this escaping Catman, notices the approaching flame and ducks. But then immediately as it lowers itself beneath the attack, the 3 other Scorching Rays come flying up and crash into its body. As the last 3 will hit. Ooh. ET damages. These black flames crash into its body, melting away some of the frost and ice on its form, but still leaving these dark, blackened spots where it burns away. Let's see. It seems battered, but still eager to fight and kill. You can see some parts of its flesh now bubbling and boiling over where those black flames persist.
That's all for her.
Okay. Javen.
Aren't you one ugly bastard? As I send one punch, I guess directly, sort of, as a hammer fist, but sideways, heading towards his temple. Gonna disorient him a bit.
Which one?
The one in front of me. 13 hit.
There's 2 in front of you.
Oh, yeah, you're right. The one directly in front of me.
The one on all 4s.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
The liquor.
Yeah.
I guess the other one actually is the tongue.
Yeah, this guy's the biter.
Spooky.
Yeah, as your fist comes striking around the side, you end up striking it true, Javen. You remember when you were punching those strange ethereal creatures, your fist could find structure in their structureless form. But when you fight and hit this thing, your knuckles connecting to the side of its jaw, you feel just how rigid it is. This thing's like a frozen statue, and you can feel its scales grinding up against yours as it takes the hit, but it isn't effective.
Oh. Well, it's still a tremor sort of runs through its body as
It's like when you block an attack. It hit, but it didn't. Yeah, it's not immune. It's just
Kick to the head. He was expecting that one. Oh, he wasn't.
Oh, that kick. A bit more oomph behind your strike now. Seeing how hard this thing's body is, you come up and strike it again to the side of the head. And this one, you can actually see the scales and the flesh crack beneath your strike, as that will connect.
Yeah, I thought you just meant resistance.
Oh, no.
Got it. Okey-doke. Yep, spend 1 key point. No. Large and noticeable tremor throughout its body from the reverberation of my kick. Is that a stunning strike on?
Ooh, meaty. As you can see, this flesh crack beneath the weight of your strike, and as the ki flows into its body, it goes rigid for just a moment. And then it almost looks like it freezes over, sort of shaking in place, unable to move.
Then I'll use my bonus action to for your 1 strike going at this guy.
As you're turning
It's a duck and cover. As I sort of feint at him, get him to move away, so I'm able to also maneuver myself out of his reach.
Oh yeah!
As I attack the guy on the prone. Attack the guy on the
prone.
The guy that's on the prone.
On the
prone.
Oh yeah. That creature you first struck at, seeing you strike this other one twice, it's a bit wary of your attacks and pulls itself away. But using that to your advantage, you pull yourself away as well, and then come over and just strike this thing on the ground. As it is unable to really defend itself, as you just punch it on the ground, it quivers beneath your fist. Again, it feels like you're punching stone, but your fist still connects and breaks through.
Alright. Come at me. Sort of like pound my fist. My right hand against my chest. I'm waiting for it. So that'll be my turn.
Nice. As Persephone, you see one of the creatures tore itself away from your vines, but one of them remains restrained within them as long as you maintain your concentration. What do you do?
Seeing Clyde come down the tree now with a wound, I look up to where he was. Does it look like my thorn whip can hit this guy?
Your thorn whip could probably hit that guy.
Yeah, I'm gonna throw my thorn whip at him.
All right. Ooh, yes. See this thing leaning over the edge, reaching after Clyde. Almost in tandem, you reach back and whoosh, whip this thing, catch it around its wrist. You can see the thorns and the crystals tear into its flesh. And oh, Persephone, do you pull this thing?
I want to pull him down the fucking cliffside.
Yeah, and she wants him to hit every icicle and sharp rock on the way down.
How far do you pull him?
Would 5 feet be enough to drag him down the cliff?
Sure, it's enough to pull him off the edge, and as your thorn whip pulls away, he's hanging in the air for a moment before he strikes down to the tree and hits every branch down on the way down.
Yes!
Yeah.
He takes 1d6. 1 extra damage. You see, its hardened flesh is pretty tough, but it still breaks through every branch and falls prone to the ground. Oh shit! Hold on. Hey guys, look at that! You can rotate your little thingies now. Now he's standing.
Yeah, the icons.
Now he's climbing. It's dumb. Okay.
Forward 2 steps back, roll 20.
It's okay if you have a real API connected to it. It just floats around the map crazily.
Yeah.
So,
As this creature falls, hits the ground, smacks against the rocks rather harshly, but again, its flesh is tough. It's able to withstand these blows. It starts writhing on the ground, trying to find a place to get itself back on its feet. Anything else you want to do, Persephone?
That'll do it for me.
Alrighty. As Gregory is still protected by this magic. What do you do?
Seeing these opportunities and showing themselves, Mitty drags this thing to the ground. Javen seems to bash this thing upside the head, and it just loses track of him. As Javen twirls around to punch this guy on the ground, as soon as he withdraws, sword is taking its place as I am just jamming it down with all my strength, trying to find that gap as Javen retreats, as I try to jam it into its neck, trying to get rid of his head. It's like great weapon master, this man on the ground north of me.
Alright. swinging with all of your
Oh,
might.
yeah.
Ooh, that'll definitely connect. This thing just got kicked in the face by Javen. It lost a chunk of its leg by Midi. Unable to really stop your attack. You're able to carve straight through it. Give me that damage.
Just a little bit of light starts to shine on the blade, and right as it connects, it seems to just erupt as the wound glows and burns as I put a little level 1 smite.
Oof.
How do you want to kill this thing?
As I just cut into its neck, as it seems like it just digs deep into the neck, into the ground on the other side, as I take the blade and just withdraw it with much force as I can, drawing it across the ground, almost right next to Javen's foot, as I bring it back up into the air and catch this thing on the side of its neck, trying to cut off its head as well, as I am going to be cleaving it with great weapon mass as well, saying that it has given up all semblance to try to defend itself. 12, not gonna do it.
Oh, as you swing your sword to this thing, channeling more of that light, you just crash into its body, and it's still shaking in place, catches your blade into its form, but you use so much of that force to carve clean through that first creature. As it strikes into this one, it's not enough to really carve into it. You can see some of its flesh cracking beneath the weight of your blade, but it manages to catch it and hold it onto its rigid form.
Damn it. As I just pull the blade back, and this time I just use my body and force of the blade itself to try to jam it into its chest, trying to drive it back with the force of it as I just charge into it. Once again, I'm trying to take this thing out in a single blow, even though it might be risky, realizing that its hide is tough like ice. Still trying to take it out with a single blow. Great weapon. 18.
18 will do it, as finally you find a place. Trying to swing through this creature by cleaving through another, you instead just thrust all of its weight into its form. Give me that damage.
24.
Oof. As you stab clean through this thing, getting to the hilt. So the thing that most of your blade is sticking out the other side, and this creature just lets out this sort of muffled like, and it goes still until it continues to bite at you. As although terribly wounded, it is still barely alive.
As I just bash my body into it, realize that it doesn't actually give. It doesn't collapse under my weight. I just withdraw just a bit, getting in between these two things, and Samantha, damn it. But I can still feel that warmth on my chest. It seems to be protecting myself. David, we got this.
Yeah.
As that's my turn.
Easy.
Alrighty, as Midi, you see this creature you just eviscerated fall beneath both the weight of Javen's foot and Gregory's sword, but there's still monsters to kill, still more people to protect.
Clyde is staring down this creature. He just twitches his head a little bit as Mitty knows the signal and rallies around to bite this creature behind.
Yeah, hearing it crash down on the rocks, hitting every branch, you see an exposed throat to bite.
Oh, come on.
But as you're climbing up atop the rocks to get this thing, following Clyde's command, the rocks beneath your feet become a bit slippery, sliding against one another, and basically as you're going to bite, the rocks slide too much and you end up snapping next to it. Spending some time to realign yourself, but eventually find your footing again.
That'll be Mitty's turn.
You can hear the sounds of those rocks shifting around beneath his feet, and again, Luna, with your sharp ears, you hear the more sounds of shifting, until just breaching the edge of your vision, you can see the tree lines around this cliff, those that seem to stretch on in this pathways unseen, begin to shift and shake and bend until one of them just simply falls as shapes begin to make themselves known. But not before. Not before. God damn it. Okay. Not before Javen. Up upon the cliff, one of these trees, you hear this sound, this heavy fall, as if a weight just dropped down above, on top of the cliffside above that all of you are basically facing. This way. It just doof, and then the trees begin to bend before one of them lifts out of the ground, and this big chunk of wood comes throwing at you. As a missile, in a way.
Missile, no! Watch out, monk!
Oh no, the
Deflect
warden.
it! Deflect the tree!
Karate chop the tree, Java. Do it.
I need the attack roll for.
I'm on sec as this massive chunk of rotten wood comes flying your direction from above.
Oh.
Crashing down, but easily enough, able to step away from it as you see breaching from the tree line this large shape. You see these two hairy arms beset with pieces of bone and flesh. This face devoid of any, just these two sockets filled with sharp teeth. And strangely enough, many arms. It looks like you're looking at a bear, but no, not a bear, a man? Too tall to be a man. Something rare in the world of Hearth, not often found on mainland. You find, it looks like an ape, but with, rather than one set, two sets of arms.
This is cheating.
This is cheating. This is bullshit.
As this thing with multiple arms, some of you may recognize them as these creatures that hide away in faraway places, twisted monstrosities of nature, creatures that simply are in life territorial, but how they act in death, it's hard to say. These massive monsters of nature, Gurulons.
Who is that?
As this thing looks down the cliff, you see it has no face, no throat to really make the noise, and yet when its maw opens, it lets out this horrible roar.
Alright.
Back up. It's their back up.
As all around the tree line, you see more of these things, trees falling beneath their weight as another one appears.
Oh, you
Another.
jinxed it, Gregory.
And even behind, coming down this path, looks like from a pile of rubble, just around the bend, this thing, pair of arms pulling itself along the stone face. This creature start to move.
Joking, of course.
Secrets.
Oh yeah, as this thing starts pulling itself, you see it, even though its body is stiff and not very limber in movements, these sharp claws on the end of its hand burrow into the stone and pull itself down the edge. Almost crawls like an insect with how robotic its movements are. But it makes it about here and here. One of these creatures seems to jump and fall down this ledge, catching itself and continuing to walk until it makes it about here. Not particularly fast, but still very capable of crawling over these strange stone faces without needing this jump off and risk the fall. As this one makes it about here, crawling down the stone face and landing on the ground, this faceless head full of teeth turning up towards you before it erects itself. As that's their turn. This creature barely clinging to life, Greg, hanging on the end of your sword, has nowhere else to turn. You're the only thing it can focus on. And even though you're protected by its magic, it's still going to try and just gnash its teeth out at you twice with disadvantage.
That's Teddy boy.
He's stunned.
Oh, he's stunned, you're right. As he can't move at all, he's just sitting there clacking his teeth, unable to move. As this creature down here, surrounded by these vines, continues to try and pull itself free, ripping away. But will they continue to grow upon its body?
Yes.
The answer is yes, as this thing almost like cocoon now.
Yes.
Almost cocoon now in these dead vines and roots. Almost completely surrounded and able to move. You can just hear the sound of its teeth snashing in the air. That's about it. Let's see. Seeing an opportunity to strike out at a creature close to it, but as soon as it steps close to you, Greg, aiming its teeth and claws at you, its eyes, it pulls its claws over its face, defending itself from the image, but then just lashes out almost blindly toward you, getting 2 claw attacks. That's not disadvantage. Yeah. There we are. Second claw attack.
See it starting to move as I just reach up and pull the necklace out of my shirt, just blinding it as best as I can, able to dodge away from its
Okay. And Mitty, as you're correcting yourself on the rocks, this creature pulls itself back onto its feet, sort of repositioning itself, as it's no longer prone on the ground. As it's going to turn towards you, seeing your teeth gnash so close to it, it's going to go for a bite of its own. Trying to snap ya. But Mitty is far too quick, and as you pull yourself out of the way, the claw reaches back and tries to whip at you. Ooh.
Scrapes across the armor.
Yeah, the claws barely graze across this leather armor that keeps them from piercing into Mitty's flesh. No more, Mitty. No more getting clawed. As I think that's all they got. Yeah. As Samantha. Seems like you had a handle on the situation, but now these terrible monsters are pulling themselves out of the woodwork.
Just was beginning to gather energy to try to remove these two in front of Gregory. But now these things have leapt out of the snow and the tree line, and now she's divided as to what it is she should do. She tries to think back to remember whether or not she can influence these creatures' minds and make them feel fear, but these things seem to be like animals. Definitely her words can reach anything. She will sort of step forward and you've got these two, right? I'm going to get one of these to turn against its allies.
Alright.
Samantha, try the one further up on the cliff.
Well, I was thinking it's the one closest to us. As Samantha will just kind of conjure forth a bit of magic and try to pull the hexed snake off of this this stunned creature. It sort of wraps itself back around Samantha, and she just sort of whispers sweet nothings to it and just launches it forward as it just wraps itself around this horrifying four-armed gorilla demon monster and just kind of latches itself onto it where its mind would be and just begins to pour her influence into it. Trying to persuade everything that she can and drive this thing's primal instincts, whether it be hunger or fear or power. She will influence anything. And she will try to convince it it's surrounded by enemies.
Samantha, do you have spell slots left? Because you armor of Agathis and Hexed.
Short rest after I totally how that works. I don't do anything. I just Eldritch Blast. That's what I do. I Eldritch Blast. I step over here and I get this thing's face and I open up my maw and let loose a Godzilla beam of Eldritch Blast into its fucking face. Die.
I don't mean to be an asshole, but
die.
As your blast just reaches to its face and then this massive energy just trying to remove this thing from in front of you, it just blasts it off of Gregory's shield. You see its body parts get scattered as you fucking kill it.
And she just castles over in front of this one and just lets loose another Godzilla blast. Blast this one off the side of the cliff. I can't do that yet. I don't have enough invocations. It's fine.
You can hex that guy.
Hex it as a bonus action. It's fine.
You're blasting which guy? The guy who's tangled up?
No, the Hunter's Mark guy.
This guy. Okay. Assuming you step there and then turn and fire those two blasts. Yeah, that second one will totally connect as this thing's still blinded by Gregory's apparently radiant necklace. That will totally connect. Give me that damage. Okay. As the force strikes to its body, it strikes in the opposite shoulder where it seems like the arrow is still continuing to bleed this thing. Doing a decent amount of damage, but again, did you hex it? You hexed it, right? Yeah. As the snake begins to reach up and coil around its neck, you see its body sort of surge up, but it manages to... You see these, I guess, where the black veins would spread across this body, where this venom that corrodes its insides is spreading, but it seems to spread relatively slowly. As you...
Samantha curses herself as she looks down at her scepter and sees that none of the runes are glowing green with energy.
Okay. Alright, Clyde. You see one of these creatures on the... What's up?
I'm 5 feet up on these rocks. Am I still in melee range with him?
Are you still within melee range? Yeah. I'd say so. You're 5 feet, above him, away from his reach. You're it's like he's right here, and then you're 5 feet up here, right next to him, so he can still reach up and smack you.
Okay, he's gonna crit me again.
Okay.
Got it.
Seeing movement, this creature's gonna reach out and try to swipe you with his claws.
Oh, close enough.
As, again, you're moving, these rocks are so slippery beneath their feet, you feel the claws rake across your back. Able to fight off the cold that spreads from its claws, but able to get away, but not unscathed.
Clyde's back just rips open and blood squirts off. Doesn't even grimace in pain as he fires an arrow.
You have to do it a bunch of times to Clyde for him to feel pain. Ooh! And still focused on killing this creature, Clyde. How do you want to?
Is the arrow just like he's like sticking his head up, like whipping his tongue around? The arrow just goes straight through the bottom of the mouth, right up in there. And Clyde spins around and fires at the one that just struck him.
Ooh. As that will connect. Doing 7 damage. This thing strikes across your back with these long inhuman claws, but just as quickly as it does, you turn and fire. Ooh. And the arrow strikes into its body, although it seems like your red dot would fade away? Assuming that's a con save for concentration?
Yeah, it would have faded away on him.
Yeah.
So he might still be alive.
He's fine. He's dead.
Okay. Yep.
Why'd you make 3 con saves?
Because I never made any con
Claws,
saves when he got hit
concentrations.
me. Yep.
Oh, the first time around, gotcha.
Mhm.
Yep.
Yeah. Retroactive.
All works out.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
As Mitty bites him.
Mitty bite him.
Yeah.
Nice.
As
Two
you
crits from Mitty.
the arrow strikes into its body, it staggers in its step, and then Mitty uses that to his advantage, going in and getting a healthy bite. Let's see. Ooh. Okay. As this thing gets ripped and torn from his teeth, he needs to make a save as he falls down, possibly on the rocks? Yeah, he does.
Yep.
Back again, falling on the rocks. Although this time, much less distance. But this time as he falls, again, he doesn't quite have the strength to get back up as a chunk of his flesh is torn off of his leg.
As Clyde nods in approval, draws an arrow, and focuses on this fucker.
Alright.
It'll be Clyde's turn.
Alrighty, Luna.
Just gonna do a little shuffle step. Keep his character alive. Be coming through, pardon me. As she just, I don't know how he does this, so I'm just gonna do what I would do, I guess. As she would just kind of take some of her meta magic, her energy, her ability to manipulate shadows itself, it seems, and just conjure forth 3 points of light that seem to link together and form this sort of shadow black triangle, and it just seems to fly up towards this thing. This one. As it just seems to spread itself open and just seem to, this really cool dude with a really big sword just walks out. He's really angry at this guy. He's gonna beat him up. I summon Ivar. Choose you. Ivar, go. As I will use the bonus action to burn 3 sorcery points to summon forth my owl.
And Hound Boy.
As you see these lights converge and the shadows moil, you can see something step out from the tree line next to this thing. Its hand extends out as the shadows become manifest, becoming armor, and within its palm you see a mighty sword. Yep. I gotta do this now. Yeah, okay. There we go.
Also, I conjure animals everywhere.
The Fae rejects your calling and says, fuck you.
You're welcome, Owen.
Oh,
I love you.
Oh, that's actually too bad.
That's actually terrible.
Go on my turn. Give me a boon. Cool. So that
The worst it could have rolled.
It doesn't like have a fly speed or anything, does it? Does it take damage? Yeah, it does.
It's supposed to be. It's just a dude with the base stats of a wolf, or a dire wolf, but still.
As like the
It's really
portal
fast.
is like closing up behind him as this thing steps out ready to take this thing on, from that portal you can see just a bright flash of energy as it almost seems like a torrent of fire just comes leaping out of the back of it, and it just flies to this point here. Where the fuck is it? Down here. Orange. Just gonna burn away this entangle down here. Fireball just comes leaping out of the portal, exploding those dudes.
Okay. Just this moil of black flame suddenly appearing and casting and spreading all across this cliffside, consuming these relatively slow-moving creatures. Let's see. Oh yeah, look at that. What a good boy. Let's see. As I go boop and boop. As neither of them. Ooh.
Peace.
As neither one of these are able to avoid it as the flames just consume them. You can see the black flames clinging to their bodies, burning away the frozen hair and leaving mostly just muscle and skeleton as they take a hefty amount of damage.
Sparkles that coming up Luna's hair. She tosses it back over her shoulder. Well, we can show you all.
Try to get the ones behind us.
God, if Persephone's there, she can take it.
As Javen, these things are descending down the cliff, some of them now on fire. What do you do, buddy?
He drinks.
I'll strategically move up here and try to turn the tide, or stand against the tide rather. Sort of putting my hands up, sort of a catcher's motion, palms open palms, sort of facing towards these things, ready to intercept a tree trunk. More is coming, but if not, he's still light on his feet. Side dodge action. Wow. Just preparing for the onslaught that's about to happen.
Alright. Persephone, you can hear the sound of this thing rumbling up behind you, now catching onto the ground, its claws tearing through the earth. And next to you, this creature, although gravely wounded, is still very much alive. What do you do?
I look at the creature on the ground, I look at Mitty. I think you got this. Gregory, you're gonna get the one behind us as I'm climbing up onto the rocks.
Yeah, but I'm gonna need that spot.
Okay, that's fine. And I am going to... Yeah, let me just slide down on the other side. Can he still hit me while he's down? Can he try?
No, he already took a wild swipe out at Clyde. It seems like during this time you're able to slip by.
Ah, perfect. So then I'm gonna...
Abandon Mitty again.
No, it's
Bye,
okay.
Mitty.
Mitty will be fine. I'm gonna drop some spikes.
Oh.
Yeah, so... The Brit...
Oh yeah, don't drop him there.
No.
I mean, I'm fine. I don't have to move, but you know.
Yeah, that'll be fine. I want them to come out on the cliffside as high as they can go. I don't know how high that is.
Okay. So assuming you're like centering it around there, you can see this point where along this wall you see the stones stick out into spikes. You can see where the vegetation exists, although thin and dead. These roots begin to rise and sprout thorns in them as both on the ground and up along the wall, the spikes begin to extend. As these things' movements still on fire as they're climbing down the mountain, one of them on the ground already. You can see its feet sticking to the ground and spikes just stick through it. Well, it doesn't seem to care too much.
And then, before I end my turn, I'm going to reach out and put a hand on Clyde's arm, and little fairies are going to come out from my bracelet. 3 of them. As I give them a little balm of summer court. Where are they?
Ooh, shit.
And then 3 temporary HP. And the fairies are just gonna swirl from the point where she touches, swirl upwards and like downwards, you know, basking you in healing magic. There you go,
Scarring
Clyde.
you for life.
Yes. Now he just glows. And that's my turn.
Okay. Healing Clyde as Gregory, this thing now falls dead off your blade, but there's still more of them.
seeing these things fall around me, and then these horrible monstrosities appearing all around us, seeing explosion going off on the cliffside, but as it subsides, these things still stand. I just grab onto my holy symbol. Whatever darkness that holds you, whatever hunger that's inside your guts, understand, you will be turned away. This darkness will be wrenched away. By the end of all this, you will be free. As it seems like the light of my holy symbol just gets brighter and brighter and brighter and just encompass this entire area in a 30-foot circle all around me that seems to strike out at the minds of these creatures as I channel my divinity to turn the unholy.
Heck yeah, you do.
And hopefully I'm just in the right spot for it, kind of.
Yeah, it's not covering more than
Oh, I'm not actually close enough.
Ugh.
Oh, because it's not Euclidean. Fuck. Why is it so short?
You could have stepped 5 feet closer.
Why is it so short? Why doesn't it go 30 feet up this way?
Maybe because they fixed it? I don't know.
It's fascinating.
Is that a 30 foot? Why is it 26 foot that way
They broke
and
it.
31 feet that way?
I have no
not a
idea.
circle, it's that.
That isn't a circle, it's like a weird oval.
Yeah.
What the fuck? No!
Weird. Let's see. I would say for the purposes of this being a spell that doesn't need to encompass a creature's body to affect them, it mostly just has to connect with them, your words reaching out. I'd say these 3 would be affected.
Yeah. Doesn't look
See guys, fuck grid rules. These are omen rules.
4.
As these creatures hear your words, although they may not understand them.
That poor little guy on the ground.
He's basically dead.
I try to reach out with the light and turn away the darkness, just blanking out whatever is inside of it. Nice. Nice.
Gregory, you feel as your words speak, the wind still battering against you, the cold still overtaking you, even though you're protected by this warmth. Your words, every one you speak, the wind begins to die down ever so softly. Your voice carries with it this warmth, not through heat, but just through comfort and kindness. As if you're channeling the words of Avandra herself. Roll me a D100. One sec. Do. As each one of these creatures you can see as they're walking, some of the frost begins to slide off their form. Even the one that's battered and bloody on the ground stops its writhing. The pain to look on its face, both of anger and of just pain, of being torn apart by Midi and all of your allies, it just sort of washes away for a moment. And then it looks towards you, its eyes large. You can see the deep black pits that are its eyes fill up with this white light until they're just glowing. And it starts to crawl away from this radiance you seem to be exuding.
Just look down at this guy standing on the rocks, seeing almost fear, I guess, in his eyes, and he looks a little bit more human, and it's a sad sight. And I just sort of say, somewhat quietly, trying to say to my friends, but I'm sort of lost in thought myself. They'll go, just don't strike them and they'll go. So I just try to hold on to that power, holding my holy symbol in my hand as the light slowly subsides back down to the slow, steady pulse that was there before, as that's my turn.
Okay. As it comes down to Midi, these things seem to Even though these things that don't have any real expression to them, their eyes, these empty sockets, these large monsters, they hesitate in their movements. Some of them completely stop. So one of them trying to crawl down to the rocks, stopping his movements. See, and you, God, you're gonna be sideways too, aren't you? Oh no! Okay. As it comes down to you, Mitty, you see this creature that was lashing out at Clyde, trying to tear him to pieces, now no longer this terrible beast. What do you do?
This Clyde gives him the symbol, and Mitty just rips his throat out.
It's the triple crit for Mitty.
Yep. As you just reach down, this thing cowering, no longer paying attention to you. Mitty, use that to your advantage. You reach down and rip its throat out, this spray of black blood covering the snow around you. As this creature dies. After Greg gave it the last words.
So I have Mitty come close, and I just look down at him and I go, we're gonna fucking stand together. Kill them all. So draw my arrow and get a beat on that guy. Mitty's turn's done.
Okay. Let's see. The creature to the far east, hearing these words and seemingly being affected by them, it stops in its movements. It looks around and then immediately, as quickly as it can, which isn't all too quick, scales up the mountain and just starts walking along this path. You can see, Luna, with your far vision, it gets to the edge of this cliff where it looks like the path just falls off the side of the mountain and just sort of jumps and makes this ravine and catches the side as he starts to pull away. This creature here, next to this umbral soldier, has nothing it wants to do but get away from this glowing beacon of light and the words it speaks as it tries to pull away off past this tree line, ripping back through the trees, and you can hear the sound of its steps thump, 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 as it begins to scrape its claws against a stone wall through the sounds you can hear. Assuming the hound doesn't want to beat him up.
It's kind of a weird question.
I mean, if Luna was here, she would say...
But I don't think it has to.
It doesn't have... It's up to you, person who controls it. As it readies its blade to strike down this creature that you, Luna, commanded it to harass. What do you say, Luna?
Luna says he somehow multi-attacks and attacks all of the Grillions that were running away. And some.
I know what Nick would do.
What would Nick do?
Attack the thing and he'd say, fuck you, Greg.
We're fine!
Okay. As this thing, seeing the opportunity to strike this creature down, it pulls
away from him, so he's still, like, you know, kind of over.
Out of his view through the tree line.
He shuffles like 20 feet and then he shuffles back 20 feet.
I mean, that's
If he goes out of my view, if he goes out of the hound,
you can't see him.
I don't have to see him. The hound has to see him.
Yeah, and the hound, where he currently is, can't really see him because he's brushing past the tree line. Basically, you can get him as he's moving away from you into this area, but you know, if you're like, I'm gonna wait for him to get behind the tree line out of my sight and then move, well, then you can't see him. Because right now,
he wouldn't be able to trigger an opportunity attack, right? Someone who's away from him, you can't
I'm
see
saying, I'm allowing you one if when he's going out of sight, if you want to hit him first.
It's fine. We'll play raw. So he moves out of the vision. I can't see him. I can't legally make the opportunity attack. It's fine.
The opportunity attack trigger right before they leave your range, anyways.
Mm-hmm. I know, and that wouldn't, yeah. I'm saying I would allow.
Like you would hit him, and then he would be on the other side of the tree line because it's right after or right before he leaves.
Okay.
Like his butt would be in the trees, and you could stab it, and then he'd be on the other side of the trees.
Oh, yeah.
Hound stabs his butt. Yep.
It takes this black sword and carves up the side, trying to strike at this creature. Ooh! But as it pulls through the tree line, the sword slashes into the side of the tree as this thing continues to make its way away from you. As it turns around, gives Luna a big thumbs up.
I want to see what happens to the thorns before I go to that.
Oh, Jesus. As this one's sitting in these thorns, you can see the spikes sticking through its flesh. Tries to rip itself away and pull, trying to move away as best it can. But as it turns and rips, you can see a chunk of its flesh get ripped behind in these thorns, and suddenly its movements hesitate again. And then it turns back towards the group. As it seems like whatever doesn't. Let's see. Roll me some damage.
A D4, I believe. Yes.
2d4.
2D4.
Ugh.
Ah!
As this thing seems pretty hardy, as soon as it turns around and you can see chunks of its flesh left behind in these spikes. Seems like what resembles pain in this thing's reaction snaps it out of this stupor as it begins to crawl towards the closest creature, ripping itself out, taking another 2d4 damage. Ooh. This thing being torn ribbon by ribbon, but there's so much of its flesh, so much to its size, it doesn't seem to really hinder it as it gets about here, and it just starts wailing down with claws and teeth on top of this hound. Let's see, what's your AC? Okay. Boop. One claw. The sword comes up and catches the claw. Another one comes up the side, catching it with its shadowy armored gauntlet, just pushing these things away. Two more claws coming its way. One of them reaching around and catching it from behind, tearing rather harshly into its form. Another claw coming from the side. Oh, this one seems to catch onto it and rip and tear. Oh, that's great, but what am I doing? Wrong guy. There we are. Same thing, though. +7... +5. Oh, no. That's still hit. As this guy hits. There we are. As he takes 6 and 8. And 8. Alright. And then, as it leans back, it throws itself forward, teeth trying to gnash into this thing's shoulders. But it catches it with its armor. This thing takes some hardy blows. You can see whiffs of shadowy flesh pulling away as it takes these claws to its body. But it's still quite hardy, able to weather these blows. And this creature, still within this mess of thorns, comes crawling through them. Let's see, 15. Give me 64. Persephone?
The thing doesn't go up to 6, I'm just gonna pull it up real quick.
Come on, all fours.
Yeah. As this thing comes rumbling and pulling itself across this field of spikes, you can see it tearing up its form, and even one of the flesh of its feet gets torn away till it's just bones scraping across the ground. But it makes it all the way up to the dodging Javen, as he's going to be throwing claws all around you. You see this flurry of 4 claws trying to smash all around you, but with your focus intent, you try to just dodge them and deflect them.
Block, block, block. Ow.
One of them does come to the side.
Try to block.
Yeah, you block one of them, but the claws still catch into your arm, dealing... Ooh. Oh, why is it doing that? Shouldn't be written like that. It should be just 9. You take 9 damage, and the claw comes to the side. Catching, just deflecting and throwing these fists around as it really reels back and just throws itself forward, trying to lash its teeth into your shoulder.
Block.
But Javen is a dodging man. Seeing him go full kung fu, knocking these giant arms and fists and claws out of the way. Giving this thing's attention.
Yeah.
That should be it. As this creature, no longer harassed by the vines, turns towards the closest creature in front of him. And running like a wolf with considerable speed, runs and throws itself and just tries to pounce its claws, both of them, into you, Luna. As claw. Ooh. As Luna, you turn away from your fireball, watching your soldier deflect these blows, and this thing comes throwing itself forward, claws bearing into your body. You take 21 slashing damage, and give me a con save. Ooh, there you go. Fine. Let's see, get another roll. Does a 20 still hit?
Yeah. That's not a crit.
Okay. As you're able to basically pull the shadowy armor, its claws don't quite sink as deep as it barely avoids your vital spots, but still connects. Dealing, let's see, what was that? 14 damage. I know what spell you're casting, so I'm fine with it. Probably shadow armor. Duskwalker's ready to teleport. Second level spell. But yeah. And then give me con save. No, your Duskwalk is your action. It's a spell you cast to teleport.
Yeah, I'm saying the shadow armor lets you teleport too.
Oh, cool. Post the spell then, so I can see it. Okay, yeah, so you can teleport up to 15 feet without provoking opportunity attacks. Sure. So move 15 feet.
It's like it's not actually a teleport.
You just
As you're basically surrounded by shadow and glide across the ground.
Yeah, like you can't do that like through obstacles, but
Yeah.
they'll move you.
Yeah. You move with the shadows. Move 15 feet. Okay. You still give me a con save though. As now, able to stave off this cold as the claws reach into you. You feel that chill, colder than the air itself. But then, even as it lands, let's see, 25. This thing still has enough room to get close. Going in for another claw.
Chasing your ass.
Damn it.
Mm-hmm. And yeah. But it still has disadvantages. You're surrounded by the shadow armor.
No, it doesn't, because
Yeah.
it's spelled in, so 24. I would have moved here. I didn't realize.
Oh, you chose it. Okay, yeah. So.
I didn't
Okay.
realize it could just move right there and still hit me.
Well, then it's a 19. So you take not plus 11 auto crits, 9 damage. Give me another con save. Yeah, this thing's been bound down by vines for a long time. He is eager to go. Con save. Ooh, just barely able to stave off the cold this time. 2 blows striking you. It's getting colder and colder. But that's all it can do. This thing is dead. Samantha, you see Luna being pounced on and carved by this thing. She turns into shadow and tries to pull away, but it pursues almost endlessly. Okay. Who has your first strike? Sure. I don't, but sure. Because you're grumpy. Come on.
I'm not grumpy, I'm just trying to learn these
Learn a
spells.
Sure. As your first strike connects firmly with its body, influenced by this rage to strike into its form, you deal, a considerable amount of damage. You strike its flank, it almost falls off the side of the cliff before it corrects itself, turning back to you and just... Now this terrible noise, as is... Sweet! But again, that shadow snake that coils around it can only do so much. It tries to rip away and wear down the flesh, but its flesh is already somewhat worn away. But the second strike comes flying over its form, basically trying to not hit Mitty as well. Able to slip between, but it goes over the cliff and off into the distance. Is that true? Okay. Pretty sure, yeah. Let's look at that hound. As the hound is going to accost his foe. Runs past the tree line. Although, okay. You run after your foe and you look up and he's about 15 feet climbing up this steep wall. Yeah, it seems like it's a bit... Well, hold on. You could climb after him.
Stopped.
Yeah, you could climb after him with the rest of your speed. If you want to climb up this mountain, although it'd be kind of hard, well, I'd allow it. you want to climb up this thing and summon forth this sword in your hand and strike it, even though it's a great sword. Doesn't really count because it's not really a great sword.
Just
Actually, sort of a bite.
beats it up with shadow powers behind the curtain. No one can see what's happening. It's fine.
Sure.
Opens up its mouth and a sword comes out and stabs it.
As it climbs up this mountain. And you can see the sword in its hand almost waver in shape. Actually, nobody sees it, but it sees it because it's cool. Waver in shape, where it swipes up and strikes at this thing. Ah!
Woo!
Yeah, carving up its form and dealing a serious amount of damage. Hot dog.
Get off the mountain.
Off the mountain. Getting knocked prone.
Come on. Oh god, it's too off the thing. Oh god. Okay, whatever. What to do? Easy straight check. And as the sword connects with his form, you guys hear as Rock gives. And something hard and heavy hits the ground.
Falls off the other side of the mountain, right? Like 1,000 feet down.
Because I'm gonna say he's a heavy boy. Yeah. Strikes with a considerable amount of force, hitting the ground and shaking the earth all around you. But you can't see it.
What's happening?
As Clyde, the earth shakes around you, you see Luna being struck by one of these creatures. You see Samantha shooting at it, and Javen is just masterfully deflecting all these blows of this massive beast away from him.
Oh no, that's already dropped. I'm gonna shoot the one right in front of me.
Okay. 2 shots coming his way. Or just 1 shot. 1 shot as there comes flying over Mitty's head and strikes down at this guy.
And as the arrow pierces, Mitty's jaws come right behind the fletching.
Ooh, so close. As those teeth do bear into its body, dealing. Oh shit! Good amount of. Oh, not that Mitty. Yeah, 25.
Then he bites himself.
Oh no, Mitty, no!
Ooh, as this thing gets ripped and you sink your teeth into its hard flesh and rip and tear. As it needs to make a strength check. Ooh, but it still manages. You rip off a big chunk of its leg and take the whole thing with you, actually, Mitty. But this thing's so frozen and rigid, it doesn't seem to falter its stance.
Clyde knows that it's gonna be done, so he turns, draws an arrow, and focuses on the Grillion in front of Javen. That's his
Okay.
turn.
As Luna, you just suffer these blows. You try to pull away, but this thing's quick enough to keep up with you. What do you do?
Jesus, I'm gonna bring the whole floor down. Wait, no, Luna, stop.
I mean, that is what Luna would do.
No, Javen.
She just swallows a fireball, blows her head up.
No, you could go up a little bit higher. You could miss Javen. Remember, it's the black line, not the orange line.
That's a lie.
I'm gonna try to airburst this to hit the Gorillion, but not Javen.
We did the black line thing. It's a lie. The black line doesn't mean anything.
Really?
Yeah.
That's dumb.
No, on mine it looks like it works.
Sure. Javen's already dodgy enough too. Even if part of this flame would reach him, he'd easily be able to dodge it with his current evasiveness. Seems like even he's basically able to step out of the way of the flames as this burst of fire expands out and just boof, consumes everything. Ooh.
There you go.
Let's see, gotta make some dex saves. You make a dex save. You make a dex save. One of you makes a dex save with disadvantage because
You're on the ground.
you can't. Well, no, because you can't see it. But there's a big, scary wolfhound man standing next to him.
Yeah, he makes it with disadvantage. That's right, because my spell sucks.
That actually made him fail.
Yeah. As each of these take a considerable amount of damage, fire erupting over their bodies as they and this guy. As you hear this one loud cry roar before the sounds of flames consume this thing. As you see this riling smoke rise up behind the tree line. As it sounds like something died, but you can't see it.
Who
Who was that stranger that just got exploded up behind those trees?
Okay, I'm assuming all those trees are on fire.
Well, I mean, they're covered in snow. You melt a lot of the snow off.
No, they're not covered in snow anymore.
Yeah.
But they're
That's how you
damp.
fix trauma, guys.
They're damp. It won't catch.
The Samantha just jumps into the flames to bask.
Is there anything else you want to do?
Do you let people bonus action cantrips, or are you doing the thing?
I'll let you bonus action at cantrip. Whatever. It doesn't matter.
Dumb.
Okay, so since that's the case, I will bonus action.
What do I do?
I have to do.
Right?
I know.
I mean, you're also a spell sniper, so you can shoot things point blank.
Yeah, that's right. Fucking goddamn it, Luna. I hate you for having what I want already. Yeah, I'll bonus action fucking Eldritch Blast.
Alright. Give me 2 shots. Ooh. As the first one comes close, it strikes into its body. You pick up these rocks, charge them with energy, and throw them. And as they strike into its body, the first one crashes and just sort of explodes and scatters some of the scales. You see it recoil from the strike as if it were almost good enough to break through, but not quite. But the second one will connect. How do you want to kill him?
The rock just kind of goes through its face about halfway and then just kind of pops. And he just kind of falls over in 2 sad, pathetic pieces.
Oh yeah, just as this thing's filled with undulating eldritch energy, it gives out within this creature as it pierces its body, then splits in half, falls in these disgusting halves.
And just kind of kicks some snow on top of it. That's the end of her turn.
Okay, Javen, you just deflected these things' blows. Its claws scrape your sides every so often, but you're able to basically stop almost all of them. And now it stands before you weakened, covered in fire.
Yeah. This big 4-armed thing, monstrosity. But seeing he's still in the thorns. So jump up, reach his level, and sort of hammer fist, trying to knock him down.
Nice.
No, not actually knocking him, just
Knock him down
off
to
that.
kill him. Give me that punch, boy.
Nope.
Ah!
Rip.
Ooh, as this thing's not very mobile, not very easily able to dodge your strikes, but as your fist reaches up and connects, you strike with its face, this bony mandible, and it cracks beneath your punch, but it doesn't budge, as it doesn't seem like it's really effective. A little more force, you'd be able to do it.
Well, since I'm up. Aw.
While you're up there, using the leverage of your one punch, you hammer up the other one and crash it down, connecting with him.
Easy.
Yeah, as you see, the striker comes down, half its skull faces crashes in and pieces fall away, as only half its skull seems to remain intact, and after the fire damage is sustained, the connective tissues holding this thing together are weakened, as one of its arms just seems to fall to the side, its bones begin to rattle, as it seems like it's barely alive. What do you do, Javen? You see it's still crackling with both red and black flames that seem to swirl together. It's about to fall to pieces.
Oh, flurry blow.
Flurry blow.
Flurry blow.
Oh,
Flurry blow.
okay. Give me those flurry blowers. Ooh, that first one coming striking in, you punch into his chest and the bone just seems to cave in as you sort of punch off sort of a vestigial part of its body, but that second strike, you strike right at the spine through its exposed gut and it connects.
Ooh.
A solid blow. As, how do you want to knock this thing to pieces?
Is the second strike sort of punching through, I guess, whatever flesh is left, but able to follow up on the same sort of dent or hole, able to break through all that flesh, shatter its spine, and send it.
Okay.
Gotcha.
Body pieces go flying off to the cliff, bouncing off the wall and scattering the burning pieces. Into spikes.
Yeah, into spikes. How high is the cliff?
Here, the cliff's about where you're at. Let's see. About here, cliff's about 15 feet. You're thinking if you get to the edge and scaled it, you could probably make it to the top, but that'd probably be all your movement.
Yeah. Oh no. Keep live.
Claws digging to the side.
Motion. Let's have at it. Second time.
Alright. As Persephone. Seems like, as far as you can tell, this is the only creature left, still alive, still burning at these flames, struck twice by a fireball. What do you do?
I'm going to come closer to the cliff and I'm going to swing a thorn whip at it, trying to catch it on one of its wrists.
Ooh, yeah! As this thing's big and lumbering, it turns to Jabe and you see its many arms flailing in the air and they're all just juicy targets as you ooh, catch onto its body. Doing 10 damage. Alright, how far do you want to pull it?
Pull it down.
Yeah, let's bring it down to the cliff side!
See if
All
you can
right.
drop it into there.
As you
Yeah.
pull it closer to you.
Yeah, that's the only thing. It comes closer to me. I can't just, like, guide it.
As Persephone, give me a dex save.
Oh yeah, I am very close, aren't I? I'm gonna use my DM inspiration for that.
Sure.
Ooh.
As you
Nice,
pull this
double.
thing down, you see this large creature be able to slip past the cliff. And you're like, I got him! Oh god. As this thing comes crashing down on top of you.
I didn't actually think this through!
As
save her
both
die.
you
Wait, oh,
and
no,
the
when she rolled
creature.
double, she gets to go again, right? Like that's how this game works. When you roll double.
Yeah, her saving throw jumps to another character. As you and the creature both take 6 damage. As how do you want to kill this thing?
I just want its bones to shatter, and then Persephone's just gonna kind of like crawl out from underneath it.
Yep. Persephone's femur shatters as well and kills it by the shatter to the bone.
Yeah, and like, and underneath it, you just see a little Persephone pop out. It's like, I don't think it's breathing anymore.
Yes.
I think I took care of it.
As fortunately as terrifying as it is, you all see Persephone bravely approach this creature, pull it back with its thorn whip, and then just get consumed in this massive burning flesh that just crashes down on top of her. But fortunately, this thing's already such in a state of disarray that the moment it hits the ground, those body parts sort of scatter and bounce into pieces. And you see her pulling herself out of its like fleshy, rotten rib cage. As it seems like all of the threats are no longer in sight.
As Clyde's eyes just begin to open wide, and his tail unstiffens, begins to sway slightly side to side. He resheaths his bow behind his back and puts the arrow back in his quiver. Oh, that's a good job.
Jay, there anything else up there? Oh,
Nope. Why is it would have attacked me?
alright. That was what in the hell are these things?
Yeah.
Need a little help.
Yeah, first,
Still
yeah.
under it.
Hold on, as I just back up to get my hands up under her and just, I just lift it up to give her room to.
Helping Gregory.
Take a look at these weird-looking creatures. Do I recognize what these are, by any chance?
Oh yeah, they're not particularly common, but in the same way that owlbears sort of have a reputation throughout the world and forests and the like, usually found in jungles or on these steep cliffs, there are these creatures that mimic apes, these sort of rare creatures covered in hair in the facsimile of humans, but these ones are different, for whatever reason, ones that maybe you don't even know. These things have been blessed with multiple arms, greater strength than normal apes, and with it, a greater temper. They're known for just smashing anything that ggets close to them, ripping them to shreds, and oftentimes just taking things apart. They are quite territorial, hostile, and yeah, it definitely seems like these things, they're in their undead form, they're probably a lot more deadly.
Everybody, alright.
Did you hear Samantha and Luna say that simultaneously? In perfect sync.
Well, it wasn't that bad.
Yeah.
These poor folks.
Gregory, I'm pretty sure they've been dead for a long time.
Yeah, I just looked down to see. Yeah, does it look like they've just frozen over completely?
They look like they've been, I mean, you're no detective, but these things look like they've been sitting out in the snow dead and rotten for a long time. Their skin is almost completely blackened. They look like they'd be elves because their ears are pointed, but they're small, shrunk in the cold. Their faces twisted and distorted. Maybe by the cold, maybe just by how painfully they died. It looks like some of their insides have just been ripped out and strewn across the area. You remember seeing the gray bite things crawling around them and picking through their bodies, but these things have been dead for a long time. Looks like they were just sort of scavenging. And again, on some of them, as you're going through their stuff, you see, yeah, they all seem to be wearing similar badges as that twisted orc did on the ground. A small, tarnished golden symbol of looks like a coffer.
What in the world? Yeah, now seeing it the second time, I'm gonna reach down and just how about this, and I'm gonna try to pluck the badge off of them. Coffer badge.
Yeah, I'm just gonna plant my butt on the cold ground and just conjure up my little wormy snakes and take a look at the one that I got off the half orc and kind of look on the back of it, see if there's something inscribed on it or anything, and just kind of flip through my Rolodex, see if I recognize this symbol or arrangement of symbols, this heraldry, I don't know.
You're turning it around. Doesn't sound like there's anything written. You're sort of fiddling with it, and then you actually put your thumb along the lid of this flat coffer, and just a slight, looks like it's been rusted, but as you sort of toy with it, it sort of slides up, and you realize there's like a mechanism inside this tiny badge. You can take the lid and actually sort of lift it up and extend it, and there's a tiny little plate inside made of metal with some, not embroidery, but etching on it.
Okay.
Yeah, sure, engraving. It's written in common. For the good of gold. And you know a little bit of something about these things, Samantha. Your dealings have been sparse with them, and it's kind of been frustrating, because the gilded coffers have always been a relatively wealthy group of businessmen. They are not of the highest repute. They are often found scattered throughout the world of Hearth. They don't always deal in good things. Oftentimes they dabble in common trade, but they're mostly infamous for having a strong arm in the world. If one's looking for, perhaps, to acquire illegal goods, or perhaps to, well, maybe ship people, adults and children alike, you'd approach the coffer. Kind of weird seeing them on this island, though.
I agree, we should probably take an hour or so to rest, but we might want to find some better shelter than this, and it might not mean nothing, but I don't really like waiting here with this thing as I just back up away from the giant fucking bloody pentagram.
Oh yeah.
I could clear it away. Just
Looking around, it obviously looks like somebody who's setting camp here. Are we protected by the wind a little?
A little bit. A lot of the wind seems to come up from the mountains, but being close to the wall and surrounded by these trees, occasionally you'll feel a little gust here and there, but as long as you huddle close to a solid object, you can actually find some shelter from this wind. You notice that these walls aren't caked in ice or frost as the ground is. Maybe sticking close there might give you a little bit of shelter from this frigid weather.
Yeah, alright. Word of warning though, that one fella that ran off, he might be packed before long. I can turn away something of a foul nature, but don't last way.
Well, while we're resting, I can make sure we're safe in our bubble so we can see him coming, maybe?
I could set this
Sure
tree on fire.
Yeah.
Up a bit.
Yeah, y'all get to rest and I'll clear this up and try to start a fire so we can at least get warm. It ain't gonna do us no good to sit here and shiver for an
So I start cutting up the tree with
As
Gregory.
Clyde cuts that up, I'm just gonna go around and just kick the snow with the blood on it just to scatter this thing.
Fume snakes.
So I pile up the wood where it looks like there was once a fireplace.
Sucking it up. It's different.
For Stephanie's gonna go through these look like backpacks, so she's gonna go through those.
Start the fire.
As you're stacking the fire, Clyde, a lot of you can notice you're waiting for some sort of heat. You're looking up around, trying to find a good place to get away from this wind, and you can see behind the tree lines where it sounded like part of Luna's fireball reach. You can see that smokestack still rising, dark and prominent into the sky.
It's like 30 feet up the cliff.
No, I'm already in the bubble. I can't leave the bubble.
You can leave the bubble.
No, can't leave the bubble.
Clyde's got
I'm in
his
the bubble.
little fire touch. I mean, alright, Clyde, you can get it started in no time,
Oh,
right?
yeah, just touch it and just whoosh.
Unless that was supposed to tell us something else, like, hey, you have a fire up here and it's attracting things, and there's a smoke.
All you see is a big old plume of black smoke rising up from the mountain and the cliff you guys are next to.
You know, that
Hey,
might,
why don't you go, Javen, go see what's going up on the hill.
that might actually be a problem for us.
What's up on the... Oh. What is that?
Is that was where Luna did her fireball?
Oh yeah, where you heard that terrible thud as something fell to the earth and then Luna's fireball erupted over it, and then you just heard sounds of terrible fire consuming something.
I'm still protected for a bit. I'll go take a look.
Alright.
Start making my way up the trail, looking around.
Mm-hmm.
A little beacon on my chest. My Iron Man chest thing.
Mm-hmm. You come around the corner and you can see this. It looks like this massive broken flesh and bone is just burning away. Just looks like it's almost a bonfire in itself. God, it smells awful. And yeah, the closer you get, the more you realize the smell's strong. The fire is not quite bright, but the smoke it's letting off is obvious. And you're trying to look away from it and just get away. But around the corner, Greg, you see something dipping into the mountain. It looks like the path that you would have taken to continue around this mountain falls off into a steep cliff where that thing crawled away when it had made its escape from you. It looks like it would have been a path, but maybe through some shaking of the earth, an avalanche, an earthquake or something, the earth that would make up the foundation of that cliff fell away. The path ends. But you do find, going somewhat steeply up the mountain in a very narrow passageway. Small enough, far too small for you. Looks like a tiny little path.
Huh. Hey y'all, this damn monkey thing up here is it's burning up, and also I think I found that little path. I mean, the trail don't go on anymore, and it looks like there's a hole in the side of the mountain. It's too small for me.
Well, why don't we take a little rest? Warm up a bit. Then we'll go look in the hole. It'll probably just take you, like, maybe a week or so to rest up here.
Yeah, I think that's probably pretty good.
Well, before that,
We probably set off at like 7:30 or so in the afternoon. That'd probably be a good.
Well, before we do that, Gregor, can you throw snow on that body? Maybe
Yep.
stop the charring and
I'm
the
on
smoke so nothing comes towards us.
It'll take me about a week to do that, though. So, I'll get started now, and about a week from now, that should be done.
It's going to take us a week. What?
I think they have trouble perceiving time.
And temperature, apparently.
Start shoveling snow onto him.
It doesn't take too long. This thing's already scattered in pieces. Just kick snow over it. And as the smoke fades, you're looking over this path again, Greg. You see it dip into the mountain like a tunnel almost. Something like a child could fit into. And then you're looking up, and you realize it immediately steeps up before it fades away from your vision. And along this about 50-foot cliff, you see it pop up again, like the face of the earth had fallen away, and you can see more of this tiny path, sort of snaking up and up and up. And then you see on the edge, there's a ledge to this cliff. Like it's a stopping point.
Huh. I'll look at that in a bit. I ain't about to climb the hell up there. As I turn around and start heading back to the group as the light from my holy symbol starts to fade. It sort of winds up. There's like, I don't know, little plateaus and things, maybe 50 feet or so, until there's like a little ridge.
Seems to go up about 50 feet, God.
I mean, if you're looking up the face of this cliff, trying to gauge in your mind, yeah, it's only about 50 feet. Kind of a harsh climb with some ice on it, but, not too bad.
Samantha just kind of takes out 50 feet of rope and then takes out another bundle of 50 feet and kind of measures out another 5 feet, cuts that, ties it together to make a 55-foot rope, and checks all of her stuff and just kind of gets up.
Samantha, where you going?
Moving some stuff off my back over to where we're going. I'll be right back.
Alright. Roll up one of these sleeping bags and fucking sit on it like a cushion.
Do I find anything in the backpack? Like any notes? Persephone's always looking for journals and notes and logs, things that people write down, get a idea maybe how long they were here for, what they were looking for.
You find like sets of clothing that have been tarnished horribly by the cold. You find some traveling supplies that'd be pretty decent, but well, maybe they've been banged up. It looks like these things were thrown across the area and bashed up against the wall, possibly by these massive ape creatures and their strong arms. But what you do find inside, not dented, not damaged, you find a single scroll case. Although wrapped around the side is a small seal, a paper written in common. To Crossway, to no other.
To Crossway, to no other.
To Crossway, to no other.
Very mysterious.
Huh. I'm just gonna sit down. I'm just gonna spend the rest of, not the rest of my rest. I'm just gonna look at it for a couple minutes before spending the rest of my rest actually just filling in notes in my journal.
It's just like putting like personal confidential sticker on a letter. It's fine.
Yeah, yeah.
What's up, Samantha?
Is it like locked? Like a physical lock?
I mean, it looks like this paper seal wraps around the top and the bottom. Like it's not locked, but if you were to open it, the seal would be broken.
Looking up with my own set of 8 eyes, does it look like this plateau kind of like widens out a bit, like it could support a few people up there, or does it just look like it stays nice and narrow?
It looks like it stays nice and flat. It's hard to see beyond what you can see on the edge, but it looks like it's wide enough that maybe if there's enough space on the other side, you could probably support your weight. It doesn't look like it's a large, thin little point that you stand on and it snaps beneath your weight. You could hook something hard on there and climb up and then support your weight. Sort of like climbing these cliffs. There's a solid edge to them.
Okay. kind of take a look at my nice little boots with my climbing gear on it, and look at my rope, and look at my pitons, and look at my cool little hammer. 50 feet up?
About 50 feet up. The moment you've been waiting for with your climbing boots and your rope.
I still have armor when I get this going. It'll be fine. I climb up.
Can I see Samantha from here?
Of course you
With
can.
every tumble down the mountain, you can hear your armor
I
maggots
blow my
breaking.
whistle as loud as I can.
Yeah. Samantha, you hear this ear-piercing whistle, that same whistle that Clyde loved to toy with. But you still continue to climb?
Oh, well, that's going on in my ear.
I just like it as long as I can blow it.
Fine, I guess we just call it here and I'll do it next week. It's fine. God.
The last time you went out on your own, you got your throat ripped out. I'm not fucking having some weird guy dig a tooth out of your throat again. You'd think she would learn. And there's a fire down here.
So is Samantha done climbing, or is she going back down? What are we doing?
Casting invisibility, even though I don't have spell slots to do so, and I'm doing it anyway.
So what are we actually doing?
I mean, we could just pick up mid-rest.
Are we,
we don't
just
have to.
going back and resting?
Because Samantha's not even resting.
That's true. I'm resting.
I climb up.
Okay. You fasten a rope to this thing, you sort of find some handholds, and using the sharp end of this thing, you toss it up. Easily enough that would get on the edge. You're afraid the ice catches onto it, but holds firm, and with your ice boots sticking to the side of this cliff, you're actually able to make some decent time. It takes you only just a few, maybe 10, 15 seconds to get to the edge, very cautiously climbing this thing, hand over hand.
Tons as well to catch me if in case I fall. It doesn't let the rope
Sure.
fall, so I'll do that like every
So
15.
it'll take you a minute to do that then. Yeah. So yeah, take being careful and listening to the sounds of things crawling over to kill you. You pull yourself over the edge of the cliff very carefully, and you see it looks like the continuation of one of these pathways. Maybe where that one broke off, connected off somewhere else, and came up the side. And you're greeted with an open maw. Not of a creature trying to bite you, but of the mountain itself. You see a cave, not too far deep. Only about like 20, 30 feet, and so you can see the inside wall with your dark vision. You can see it looks like scratchings on the wall, maybe childlike in drawing. And as you're pulling yourself up to get a better look, you see something more. Deep in the back of this cave, which should have nothing more inside, you see a well of darkness. Dipping down into the gullet of this mountain, you see a pit. And it speaks to you. A cry distant from within, echoing from inside of this cave. And your throat hurts.
I retract my snake periscopes and slide down the rope.
As that is where we will end this.
You're gonna make him paranoid for a week.
They
What did you do?
No, he did this to himself.
No, I didn't. The fucking DM is throwing these fucking hooks out, and no one's fucking
No,
biting me.
I just want to know what you're doing.
We tried to pull you back. We were gonna just rest. We wanted to climb the scary ledge. It's okay.
As you leave this session, finding the mouth of Stroma, where these terrible cries echo out all across the island,
where even the echoes of pain once felt reverberate in those who have been wounded. As you have fallen into the pit of basically the mouth of Stroma. The mouth of all of these biting creatures. A cave.
I like turtles.
That's it. We're so close. How much longer gonna be on Strom in its frozen ice wonderland? I mean, Deathland of suffering. Well, it serves to find out whether or not we'll be able to overpower echoes of pain and suffering in the maw of the beast. Consumed and added to its repertoire. Be sure to tune in next Thursday, 7:30 p.m. Eastern, for more Song Rapture. For all of you hanging out with us tonight, thanks for hanging out with us. And I certainly hope that you're able to come back around this Sunday for more of the Expanse at 5 o'clock. We're descend into the citadel of Mishasa's fortress to confront her and her remaining executioners. See if Ivar will be able to exact vengeance upon her. God, I'm so glad I picked that name. It's just so good for puns. Other than that, there's a bit more going on. A bit more answers to some questions. Maybe we can sell off some interesting cats or figure out who's still missing as we get to the tradeway.
That's correct.
Yeah.
And it is above freezing there.
It's above freezing, yes, it's not frigid and cold. Here it's frigid and cold, Stroma. Damp, I guess, in Mishasa's Citadel. But it's nice and temperate and springy. In
Mishasa's Citadel just suddenly negative 40 degrees for no reason.
The game taking place this Tuesday at 7:30 p.m. Eastern. Be sure to tune in for that. Also, you can check out any previous episodes via videos on demand on Twitch, or if you want to take a look at the ancient archives of secrets, you can click on the link down below the channel for YouTube and take a look at some of the older ancient videos of things like the Expanse and figure out where Heartclaim is and who Daraday's Steam is and all these other references that you may not know.
What's a cowboy?
Exactly. You can see back when cowboys existed.
Also pirate. There was a pirate arc in our Wild West thing. Whatever.
There were cowboys versus pirates versus samurai. Be sure to check it out on YouTube. We'll also be streaming some Ace Combat 7 on the YouTube channel tomorrow, so be sure to check that out. Other than that, I want to thank you all so much for watching, as always. And if you really need a pep in your step, a way to start your day with some tasty flavors, be sure to check out our sponsor, Artisan Coffee, artisancoffee.com, and use promo code LION10 to get a nice little discount on that, so you can check out their awesome flavors and taste all their tasty flavors. They're so fucking good. I gotta get the fucking caffeine boost. I want to see how boosty it really is, because it has like All Might on it. It's like going plus ultra and shit. It's taste good. Try that. So try them out. I'm a big fan of cookies and cream and maple bacon, great flavors, and I think you would like them too if you're a coffee drinker. Other than that,
I do have one question for you guys. What are you guys gonna do with your 1,755 experience points each?
Donate you the bro.
Yeah. Give it all to Mitty.
Yeah, Mitty can have it all.
No, that.
maybe
I
it's
can't
now
do
level
math.
12.
Peter! Math,
It's a
please.
ding! Isn't that a ding?
No, it's
Nah,
just-
we don't level this game.
2, 1, 2, 5, 8 plus 17, what?
1755.
Stomach.
the Ding 23 is
Ding at 24 games.
I missed the number again. Oh, number.
23
1755 plus whatever you got.
14. Oh no, we ding at 23. The level 7.
XP over.
Yeah.
Like 12 plus 1 XP
Yeah,
over.
12 plus whatever. Oh my god!
You guys, there's this little button that popped up on my sheet that says Character Master Level Up. Look at that.
After a short rest?
Just ding.
Interesting.
I don't think I did a long rest thing. You still have yet to get your resources back, but you know, you're still level 7 now.
Yeah, but I'm a short rest class, so that means I get my
Yep.
levels back.
Yeah, you do.
How does D&D work? No one really knows.
I'll get my channel
Except with
50 back.
dice.
That's why we make it up.
Yeah, we just fly by the seat of our pants. So, we ding! We're level 7, so be sure to tune in next Thursday to see if we can beat this at level 7.
So well. Oh, it works so well. What just happened and now my level. It works so well.
The new channel, the video.
Level 6.
I'm an aura boy now.
And be sure to
It's
tune
not-
in so you can see how Brendan's gonna flavor his aura.
It's not Broken Ivar aura where everybody gets +5.
To do his best though. He cares about us.
Yeah,
Oh,
Mitty
gonna
gets
be
advantage
angry.
on all
It's gonna be great.
saves.
So, I just want to thank you all so much for watching. Be sure to tune in this Sunday for more Expanse, this Tuesday for more Kingdoms of the South, and this Thursday for more Song of Rapture. And also buy some coffee. Other than that, thank you all so much for watching, and as always, may your dice roll 20s, and you always make your saves.
Toodles.
Buy gold.
You don't have to buy gold, don't listen to him.
I ready my bow.
Ready your bow to attack you under what condition?
I mean, I don't ready my bow at attack. Deal.
Disadvantage for being restrained, right? Can she even?
She's not restrained.
missile?
Oh yeah, you got to make your reflex check real quick. Sorry, or your not reflex. Dexterity saving throw.
Opportunities to use
She is
what?
not restrained.
Oh.
And I can get out of it, can I, too?
You can. It is difficult terrain, so it'll use double movement.
Oh, yeah,
but
yeah,
yeah, if you want to step out of range, you can. Okay.
There, and then I shoot at him. Please let me
Oh, Maven's a humanoid.
Oh.
Please let me crit.
Oh, wow.
Oh. No
Get outta
good
here,
shot
Claudia.
this time.
Well, sadly, that's enough to trigger my readied action, so I swing my flail at Navi.
Okay.
Let's see.
You kill